Hello, everybody. Hope everybody's all right. Okay. And let's take a beer. Time for a beer. Beer. There we go. 1 hour earlier, for those that wonder, is because of the time change. That is what made a difference. So a lot of people are going to get caught off guard by the time change. Hope. And here we go. Check out here, everything's all right. Okay. Yeah, zoom a little more. Here we go. So that is easier to read. Wait a few seconds to have people join in. Welcome aboard, everybody, to this live show. Right now I'm tuned to 13149, which is the KNL weather broadcast every half hour on the 15th and 45 minute, coming from Rhode Island, apparently. And it's not related to the U.S. Coast Guard, from what I learned. So it's kind of interesting. A little discovery this week. And I was on Voice of America French on 11900, which came in pretty well on the ICOM. So we're going to actually share all of this. It's nice to have everybody on board, as usual. And, of course, we'll have people coming in late because they're going to say, hey, it's already started. What's happening? So, kind of to expect with the time. I almost forgot, actually. I almost started 1 hour late because of the time change. I was like, it was 2 p.m. And I was like, I got a couple of things to do. And I tried to put the link to the live shows at least a good 45 minute, if not an hour before. And then I realized, hey, we changed the clocks. The show's at 20 UTC, which is now 3 p.m. Eastern, not 4. So if it wasn't for that little moment, I would have started the show at 21 UT instead of 20 UT because I would have started at 4 p.m. again. So, yeah, that's the time change for you. Just, kind of messing with you a little bit. It wasn't too hard, though, to, go with the clock and the time and UTC time this week on the schedule. So at least for that, it wasn't too bad. But, yeah, the time change is always a little something that's a little, difficult at times to deal with when you're, especially on shortwave radio, when everything is UTC time and trying to listen to stuff. I had to correct myself maybe a couple of times that I posted something on the Facebook group and then it's like, no, that's not 14:30, it's 15:30 UTC and so on. But, it's the way it is. It's the way it is. So, anyways, we're starting now with an hour difference because of the time change. So welcome, everybody. This is the Shortwave Live Show. We're here every Saturday at 20 hours Universal Time. Yes, we're back to a Saturday schedule. Lots of fun. We've been having a lot of fun. And once again, this week I'm streaming with OBS Studio because the other way I was streaming before cannot be trusted anymore. And I don't want to have the stream crash on me like at Halloween, which kind of made me a little annoyed. So today we're going to talk a little bit about Radio Havana, Cuba. We're going to, because there's Hurricane Rafael that apparently destroyed a lot of their antennas, and that's going to be something to maybe discuss a little. And we're going to actually have a little clip. We're going to go back in time of Radio Havana, Cuba, when there was something that a lot of you probably listened to. We're going to find a episode of DXers Unlimited with Arnie Cora, and we're going to kind of listen to it for 10 minutes. It was always kind of interesting. That was a highlight for me, that, and they had a lot of really cool Cuban music also on the air on Radio Havana, Cuba. Those two things were pretty interesting. And the French program in the afternoon with the World of Stamps, and they talked about Cuban stamps and all of that. It was cool. I will miss Radio Havana, Cuba if they are totally off and don't really come back. We could hope that something can happen, but then again, there's not that much hope in Cuba with what's happening with that. So, unfortunately, it's part of what we have to expect. That it's going to go the way when you start seeing transmitter issues. It's the way that a lot of shortwave broadcasters left. They didn't leave because they wanted to leave. They left because they didn't have the money to fix the transmitters, and no parts, and they would have had to purchase new transmitters, just didn't have the money. So a lot of African stations disappeared that way. A lot of South American stations disappeared, and that way too. So it's unfortunate, but it's the way it is, and hopefully not too many will go to that way. So my name is Gilles. I'm located in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, northeast part of North America, and we are here to have fun with radio. We talk about it all the time. Solitary hobby. It's a thing that we're alone and that we do alone, and we don't usually have much people around us that enjoy what do we do. They mostly will tell you, well, you're listening to that noise again or the static again. So here's the occasion to have all of us together in radio listening, which is pretty cool. I'll take a little sip. So I've got my Molson beer here. Cheers, everybody. 1 hour earlier than usual. Then, of course, we have a chat room if you join our show. And the chat room is wonderful, wonderful people. Great, folks that just have a lot of fun here, and that are great people, helpful people. I say it all the time. I think we have the best crowd that exists in the world that, really, really knows how to hang together and be together and be respectful of each other, which is really fantastic. I've seen so many shortwave groups that, it just doesn't work. It's like you just spend, a day in the group and then you're like, well, I'm getting out of here. I think this group is fun for that. We've chosen, we have to clean up from time to time, but we've chosen the best of the best, and that's what you guys are. Thanks for being here. And when the chat room, when the live show's over, well, you can head out to our Facebook group. We have more than 4,000 members there. A lot of activity on people exchanging and talking about radio, and that post of Radio Havana, Cuba sparked a lot of conversation and debate, and it's kind of interesting to see that people's opinion. Of course, here the only thing we don't want is anybody's political opinion and anybody's religious opinion. That's not welcome here. There are forums, tons of them on the internet to go and do that. This is radio, and let's stick with that. So welcome aboard, everybody. It's fun to be here on this Saturday, November 9th. Time flies. I just went to the dollar store before the show, and it's Christmas everywhere. So it's like, okay. Kind of, starts. You guys in the U.S., of course, are not there yet because you guys have Thanksgiving. And I have the impression that Thanksgiving is actually bigger than Christmas for you guys. Here, Thanksgiving was in October, so what happens now is that when that Thanksgiving is done here in Canada, we're pretty much starting to get into the Christmas mode. Of course, not totally because there's no snow out there. So without snow, I'm not into that Christmas mood yet. But if there's one day that snow falls, my Christmas tree's up. So, anyways, lots of fun. And temperature here is like 6 Celsius, which is what, something around 40 to 45 Fahrenheit. Rather cold day today. When I say cold, it's not really that cold. It's actually the normal temperature of this time of year. I went to the dollar store and when the sunlight, which is kind of warm, it actually felt pretty good. But we broke a record on Wednesday. Temperatures soared to 23, 24 degrees. It was like Celsius, which was like, mid 70s. We've never had that, and it was so weird. We got these up and down temperatures right now, which is very unusual. So welcome aboard, everyone. Nice to have all of you here, and let's say hello to everybody. So I've got the usual open. I've got EIBS space. I've got the preamp page, and I've got the HF Underground for pirates. In case any pirates pop up, it's always interesting to see if pirates are out there. So right now it seems pretty quiet in pirates. So we'll see what happens there. David's Radio Room, nice to have you on board from Central Georgia. We have Richard Wagner, nice to have you on board from Northeast Illinois. Joe Tyson, nice to have you here from Apex, North Carolina, KM4 WRQ. Dwayne, nice to have you here. We have VA3 JPX, nice to have you on board, my friend. Shortwave Archive, nice to have you here from Colorado. Gonna go eat lunch, but we'll be back shortly. Toast and Loaf, nice to have you here. Nick Anson, Mr. Kraft, welcome aboard. Where are you located, my friends? 54 Cal, nice to have you here from Northwest Pennsylvania. Nick Hansen, I'm on holiday, but I've managed to tune in. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. DX Swinger, nice to have you on board. And Southeast Pennsylvania. Bert, WF7I Homebrew, nice to have you here from Virginia. Doing some more work on the 40-meter Delta Loop. Pretty cool. We'll be checking out the loops here. Check what I can do with the PDFs you sent me. And see how all of it can fit. I have a very limited amount of time, so it's like I have to put priorities straight. But I'd like to have something up. It's still doable weather for any antenna changes here, so it could be a lot of fun to do something like that. Chuck Schreiber, nice to have you here from South Texas and 5 KVO. And 77 Fahrenheit, 25 Celsius, not too bad. That's perfect outdoor radio weather. I call that perfect outdoor radio weather. Brad Shaver, nice to have you on board. Good afternoon. EFOG3, nice to have you on board. Excellent t-shirt. Yes. Excellent movies, too. Back to the Future. That's probably one of my favorite movies. It's really great. Torben Hyvenson, nice to have you on board from Norway. We have Jay Watterson 69. Nice to have you here from Tennessee. Not from Tennessee, from trying to remember where. Nice to have you here, Jay Watterson 69. Different Gear TV. Nice to have you on board from Spain. Kevin, nice to have you on board. Great day here on the Jersey Shore. 2 large right whale swam and fed for more than 4 hours, 20 yards from my beach. Wow, that's cool. Andy New, nice to have you here. M7CUN from Bristol, UK. Ricky, bonjour, salut, ça va bien? Nice to have you here from Calgary. Nicole Phillips, nice to have you here at G6PGV from Northwest England. Nice to have you on board. Ram, nice to have you here from Phoenix, Arizona, USA. Master Players Radio and Television, nice to have you here, Bobby. WA5107SWL in Morgan City, Louisiana. TVDXer, ça va bien? J'espère que tu vas bien toi aussi. Toujours un plaisir. Nice to have you on board. We have... So have a great barbecue, Bobby. Hope you have fun. Hope you have fun. Toast and Loaf, nice to have you here. Kamikaze 76, West Michigan. RJDA Dakota, nice to have you on board. Great day just to be safe inside, and the chat room. And where else? Vicky Pelletier, nice to have you on board. Bonjour et bienvenue. J'espère que ça va bien. Rainy and cold in Winsville. So here it's cool and beautiful weather. A little windy though. Brad Shaver, maybe Santa will have a show at Christmas Eve. He probably is going to have a show. I have to talk to Santa, but there's a chance that Santa might take some time off and come over and say hi to everybody. Ask what radios you guys want to have for Christmas. That's a possibility. But I have to talk to Santa first. That's the time where Santa is just so occupied with all the things he has to do and all the Christmas stuff and the gifts, and it's always a tough time. But when's Christmas this year? So Christmas is on Tuesday. Christmas is on Wednesday, 25th of December. So it's going to be Tuesday the 24th, Christmas Eve. So we'll probably arrange for Santa to be here on Saturday the 21st of December. I think that would be a good thing to have Santa on Saturday the 21st, a few days before he starts, distributing all the gifts. Grandpa Piper Mike, nice to have you here from Sweden. 4 Celsius and rain. 4 Celsius is that close to rain snow deal. It's when we have thing here in Montreal, when we have rain and it's like +2, +3, you're like, that's so close. Art Vandalay, nice to have you on board from Clearview, Ontario. Art Vandalay, like that. Vicky Pelletier is from Gatineau, Quebec. Skipwave DX, nice to have you on board from the Catskill Mountains of New York. Raymond Haggerty, nice to have you on board from Salem, Massachusetts. RJ Dakota, first time of everything, I suppose. I just got an ad with Jill on the left screen, and the ad on the right, YouTube, is trying something new. Huh, okay. This is kind of interesting. Miji, nice to have you here from Richmond, Virginia. Pretty cool. Yeah, 13, that's what I'm tuned to. 13149, giving weather right now. You know what's funny with the female voice of the weather is that it can't read everything. There are things that it's incapable of reading, so it spells it out. And you're like, wow, okay, that is weird. So, that is, because when I stumbled upon it by accident, I was surprised. I was like, I've never heard this before. KLN, what's that? And there's very little info on the web about it. So, of course, I asked on the IO group, Glenn Hauser, and then somebody that sends utility logs on my utility column in the messenger sent me an email, says, oh, yeah, that's from Rhode Island. And it actually is... was sending, not Rhode Island, Long Island, sorry. I just said Rhode Island, it's Long Island, New York. So they're not affiliated with the U.S. Coast Guard in any way. It's an autonomous kind of private marine broadcast. So it's kind of interesting, very interesting. And there's a few stations that do that with frequencies. I'm going to dish out my email I'm going to talk about it a little later. Hey, hello, Zoomer. Paul the Cat says hello, for sure. Steve Burnham, nice to have you on board. From what I've seen in the stores, they are getting ready for Christmas already and not even Thanksgiving yet. Afternoon, Central Pennsylvania. Well, here was worse. Here, when I went to check out for Halloween stuff, the dollar store had half of an alley of Halloween, but half of an alley already into Christmas gear. And on Halloween day, the local pharmacy here that has they sell all sorts of stuff. Also, they had a Halloween part of the pharmacy, and they sold all the candy. So at like on Halloween day at like 1 p.m. in the afternoon, there was no more Halloween candy. Everything was sold. I went out to do a few things. We did the live show here. We passed in front of that place, and I was looking inside, and they were already filling all the Halloween spots with Christmas stuff, Christmas decorations of all sorts. It seems to be quicker and quicker every year. It's pretty interesting. So let's go down. We have Stephen Wood. Nice to have you here. KC1QEM. KSDA Guam is putting in a fair signal right now in Massachusetts. Program listed in Korean. What frequency, Stephen? Out of curiosity. Brian Chapman, nice to have you here from Utah. Started listening with a Heathkit Shortwave 717. Cool. Doug Noble, nice to have you here. Heard in New Zealand last night with good, excellent reception. I'm amazed. I'm pretty sure it's one of the first times ever that I hear Radio New Zealand in November on 17675 at like 05 UTC with a super strong signal in Montreal. I just can't believe it. 04 or 05 UT around there. So usually at this time of year, New Zealand is pretty much not to be heard until spring, or if you listen in the morning, the lower frequencies. Joseph, nice to have you here from the San Francisco Bay Area, California. Looking forward to tuning the bands and all. Jim F, nice to have you here from Rhode Island. Ricky says, checked my radio before bed around 08 UT this morning. It was a little stormy, but relatively good signal on 13755 from Radio New Zealand, and a fair signal from Voz Missionaria Brazil 9665. Cool, Stephen, 9885. Let's try it out here. Got something very, very weak here. 9885. So yeah, it's just crazy to see the propagation conditions. Honestly, really, really amazing. So we've reached already the chat room because there's probably less people than usual. One of the things I wanted to talk about is Radio Havana, Cuba. There's a lot of debate. A lot of people are like, oh, well, you're saying that they're probably not coming back. Isn't that kind of a negative talk? It's not to be negative, but it's to be realistic about one thing, is that Cuba doesn't have any way of fixing their stuff. I mean, the transmitters are going. It's obvious half of the time transmissions are not there. They're really bad in audio. I mean, they're using Soviet-era transmitters, and their antennas are probably not maintained much. So what happens is that Hurricane Rafael hit the transmitter side pretty bad, and it seems that a lot, if not most, of the antennas are down. So whatever's left and whatever's usable, I don't know what's going to happen. We'll decide with that. Many posts are talking about it, and effectively the frequency that was the most reliable is 5025. Radio Rebelde has been the one that's most reliable of all. 4765, Radio Progreso has not been heard in a long time. And Radio Havana Cuba, I've heard a carrier 2 weeks ago, maybe a week ago, 6,000 kilohertz with no audio on it. And I mean, even the Chinese relays are kind of iffy. And I haven't seen anybody report the Cuban number lately in a little while. So power outages, the fact that everything's just not going well there, and being hit with 2 hurricanes, that's not helping. So if, in fact, Radio Havana Cuba's transmitters are hardly hit, they don't have replacement, and they are not going to fix that. They have other priorities. So I guess the only way to maybe get them again still is if you guys go on the streaming of Radio Havana Cuba's website. It probably there you'll be able to hear them streaming. But it's the way that a lot of broadcasters are gone over the years. Bad transmitters and antennas going down, and just no money to repair, no way to repair them. They would need to have a few experts going there and helping them out. A lot of people are saying, well, isn't Russia or China going to help? Or, Russia has kind of abandoned Cuba pretty much. They're not helping much. And China doesn't seem to be really that interested in Cuba. They used to, they do some exchanges and pacts together, but it doesn't seem to be going that well. One thing I posted is, a lot of people are saying, "Oh, China's everywhere." Well, in Asia and the Middle East and all of that, oh yeah, China's everywhere. But here in North America, a lot of you are probably going to be surprised. China Radio International in English isn't that easy. On the East Coast, it ain't that easy to get. The only relays they were using was Cuba, and those are bad. Most of the time, they're not even transmitting very well. So if China was really interested in broadcasting to North America, I'm pretty sure they already would have done the move of sending in new transmitters. They haven't, which tells me they're not interested. Because, everywhere where they need to have a good signal, they've sent Chinese shortwave transmitters. Look at Mali, which is a huge transmitter site now for China Radio. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. Is there something that can be put back on the air and decently? I don't know, but the way it's going now, Radio Havana Cuba is going to be like kind of gone. Honestly, they're not going to come back. If it's too complicated, they're really not going to come back from that, unfortunately. And that's where we were talking about programming. And Cuba isn't as interesting as it was. We have to admit it. Some people are saying, well, Cuba now is like, yeah, it's and they're playing a lot of, for some reason, American pop. I heard Tracy Chapman all the time. It's like, why don't you play your Cuban music? It's like weird. Why aren't you, playing your own culture stuff? And, since the days of Arnie Coro with DXers Unlimited and the ranting between Glenn Hauser and Arnie Coro going at it, it's a different station now. So we'll see what happens, but it's definitely something that is going to be to check out, see what happens. Ricky says, I believe saw a report somewhere that Cuba might have been heard yesterday on 6,000. Yeah, I think it's on a shortwave group. Someone posted about hearing it in the morning, maybe around 11 UT. I listened to the audio. I can't really make out anything. So it could be that. It could be something else. So, John Arash says the best way to listen to RHC now is via internet. Robin Spalding, nice to have you here from Berkeley, California. Joseph heard V13, the Chinese number station, the other day for the first time. Got a nice recording. Cool. A lot of the Asian number stations are coming in. I'm getting the Asiatic Russia number stations at night here on the East Coast. Matt, MDK2, nice to have you here from Colorado. Rotten Animal, nice to have you here from Toronto. Andrew Ross, good evening. Nice to have you here from England. How's the cat this evening? Pretty well. He's going very well. No problem. What else do we have? Okay. Joseph says, one of the reasons I like to listen to the East Asian Chinese Korea station is that the music is their own pop music. I usually don't like it, but always is surreal and or interesting. Oh yeah, definitely. There's always something interesting to hear in those. I remember listening to Radio Japan back in the late 80s. In a broadcast that was like early in the morning. It was like before going to school. And hearing a Japanese version of Billie Jean by Michael Jackson. There was some Japanese artists singing it in Japanese. It was very, very interesting. Let's say it like that. It's very interesting. So it's kind of cool at the same time when you see these things, you know. It's really always kind of nice. Kathleen, nice to have you here from Germany. Nice to have you on board. It's pretty cool to have you here. Before we continue, remember that I'm here every Saturday. It's always nice to be here. I'm having pizza tonight. Maybe you guys want to help in a pizza fund. Why not? So you have the super chat that you can actually use. And of course, there's also the PayPal for donations that you can send to the email that I just posted in the chat room. This is, of course, always helping out. And it's always nice to have a little something. I put a lot of time in this. We have our live shows every week. We have a lot of videos of, help you out with, which radio to choose if you want to, choose a good radio. I'm about to do a series now of the radios that you could get for Christmas. That would be good. And also I will be talking this week on my favorite radios that I use the most right now and the reason why. Not always logical, but, it's kind of interesting. So thanks for those that have donated. And remember, it's not always the same people to donate. If you can spare a little something, much, much appreciated. Okay. So Nick Amendon, nice to have you here from Romania. We have Ricky that says, yeah, China is big in Africa. So there's a lot of things happening, and definitely the reason for helping out is to also get something in return. It's not just we want to be friendly. Especially Africa has so many of the the minerals and all sorts of things they need actually in a new way, which is I just lost my train of thought by reading something. So they need a lot. They're producing a lot of goods, and they need metals. They need all sorts of things, and there's tons of mines in Africa that are there with people being cheaply paid, and so it's they want something in return, that's for sure. What else do we have? Skipwave. Sometimes I pick up Supreme Master TV from Radio China around 3 a.m. So, RJ Dakota. That's kind of interesting. So they have a new type of ad on YouTube where my image is pushed to a side of the screen, and the ad plays on the other side. Well, it's not a bad idea because it lets you still see what's happening. Where the ads that just take over, you miss out on part of the stream. Kind of interesting, huh? Joseph says, yeah, absolutely. They do see it as an investment. Absolutely. I don't expect China to help us for free. I expect China to help us for something in return. Everybody does that. The U.S. will do that. Canada will do that. It's like, Casper Peterson, nice to have you here. Yep, with YouTube Premium. No ads and still some money. Matt says Africa may well be the next China and India, particularly Nigeria. Yeah, Nigeria is going to be big. Nigeria is going to be, after China and India, Nigeria is going to be the third most populous country in a decade from now. It's pretty crazy. Yeah, I guess they want to play the audio of the ad, but at least you can see what's happening. So it's more of it's like what TV does, basically. Often there's ads that move and you see the content, but you hear the ad. Stephen Wood says KC1QEM, XT2MD Burkina Faso's working stations on 21290. Got through the pilot, but his signal is only fair poor. I'm going to try it here just to listen to it. I did make a contact about a week ago with that station. I got him on my log. 21290. Let's see if we hear Burkina Faso. So that's I'm happy with that one. I'm trying one that is the Vostok Antarctic base. I've heard the base station from Antarctic several times. I am unable to make a contact. They don't hear me. I really, really, really would like to have that one. Really, really would like that one. Yeah, lots of lithium mining in Central Africa. I mean, Africa is like the mining. It's almost the mining yard of the world for so many minerals and so many metals that we need. It's pretty crazy. Here there's an opposition because here in Quebec, there's a place in northern Quebec that they want to open a lithium mine, but the population doesn't want to have a mine. And the government is trying to say, well, if we want to be prosperous and make the province, richer, we've got to do something at some point. I mean, we have all of it here, but nobody wants to have a mine. And the problem is here, the mines have been dealt with such crappiness. I mean, we have old mines that they just left all the crap there, and it's super pollution. And, of course, the companies didn't pay for nothing. And then we're stuck with, the government's going to pay for the cleanup. It's like, no, that's not the way it works. You open a mine, you're going to pay for the cleanup after it's over. You made billions. Well, you know what? Clean it up. Clean your mess. So, now people don't want to have any mines anymore because, every time that a mine opens, it's always the same crap. It ends up we're stuck with tons of crap. Catalin, have you tried mesh static? Seems her nose around you. No, I don't even know what that is. Brad Shaver, why did you go from once a month live to every week? Well, I wanted to kind of be back and have a live show. It was like, I was in the mood for it. Plus, I have a little more time, which also helps a lot. And so all of that together is like, it's kind of cool. So, as long as I have the time for it. It's important. What else do we have? RT Curtis, nice to have you on board. Um, RT Curtis, Africa, low paid children mine. Yeah, there's a lot of unfortunate side effects. We sometimes we have to stop being, an ostrich and being, putting our heads in the sand, and got to wake up that all that we buy and all that we use creates that sort of distortion where kids are 12, 13-year-old, even younger kids are working in dangerous conditions to please the rich guys from the Western world that watch live streams and have dozens of radios. And what can we do? We can't do much about it. Stop buying. It's a tough one to deal with. Ricky, for fun this week, I disconnected my MLA30 from the SDR and hooked it up to the Quotacent DX286. A good pairing thanks to the radio sensitivity and apparent noise blanker. All it's missing is single sideband. Yeah, imagine that radio with single sideband. Man, great little portable. I don't know if it's true. Some people have been saying that it seems like the TEF 6686 chip can do SSB. But then again, yeah, but you can add a circuit somewhere to do it. I don't know. Andrew Ross has found my recent videos regarding the Quotacent DX286 interesting. Found its reception on long wave, medium wave to be exceptional when used in conjunction with a loop. Yeah, it's a great radio. FM blows me away. I'm still blown away by the FM performance of it. Can tell you that. Yeah, that is, this is interesting to have these features. The Quotacent brings features that we don't see on radios, and one of them is that amplifier. You can just turn it off or on, and there's a huge difference. Turn it off, and you see that there's a huge difference in reception. But the ability to do so is very nice. There are situations when you might want that, Casper Peterson. Africa is still slaves to the elites. Yeah, definitely. Daniel Marc Leblanc, nice to have you here. How are you? Just one thing, Casper. No mention of anybody political. Okay, no Trump, no nothing, and no personal opinion on politics of any kind. Please respect that, my friend, okay? Because I have zero patience for it. There was a guy that actually talked about... there was a guy that talked about something this morning, and was like, I didn't ban him. I just, on the Facebook group, I just flagged him and said, warning, don't go there, okay? We don't want to go there. Let's just... let's just keep it clean. Ricky, Quotacent on FM is crazy. I got stable signals from Red Deer, which is 150 kilometers away from here. There's a ridge and a hill behind that in the way. Every time I scan, I get something new. That radio fills the FM band with tons of things. There's an FM CBC. I don't remember what frequency exactly. It's near Rivière Rouge, which is a good distance from here. And I get it almost daily. And even better, if you do a scan of the FM band and you hear like one of the FM frequencies is very noisy, leave the radio there. When the conditions change or stuff like that, here we have the airport. If you, I don't know if you guys remember on TV, if you ever did long distance listening on your TV and have planes passing nearby, you notice that when a plane passes by, there's like up and down of the signal. The plane actually reflects that signal on the UHF, particularly on the UHF and VHF range, and it actually amplifies and plays with that signal. Well, the same happens on FM. So here with the planes, I leave it on a very weak signal that I barely hear, and when a plane passes by, that signal gets to a very strong level for, maybe 10, 20 seconds, and then it goes down. It gives me kind of an idea of maybe what I'm listening to or what station. But man, the Quotacen is, if I have a radio to put radio of the year, I think we should put the Quotacen DX286 radio of the year 2024. It's just amazing. Today's figures, nice to have you on board. So it's crazy what we have. I can tell you that, and it's amazing. Once again, what we have is radios today. In 2024, we're getting all of these radios that, imagine having a Quotacen DX286 in my hands in 1982, rather than the crappy DX100, which I never tune SSB pretty much because it's just so bad on it. All the stations and with the bandwidths that we have, the choice of bandwidths, which no radio had. I mean, back in the 80s, you had a wide and narrow switch. Those were the bandwidths, wide and narrow. And the wide and narrow varied greatly between radios. Some were good, some were really, really crappy. Some, the narrow was not narrow enough. Some, the wide was just so wide that like, just forget it. Now we get choices of bandwidths. Something we didn't have back then. I mean, 125. It's like, paying 30, 40 bucks in 1985. I mean, nothing. Most of the radios below 300 back in the 80s have a hard time beating the Quotacen DX286. I can tell you that. It's just amazing what we get today, and I mean, I hope to see more. One that is intriguing for me. There's somebody sent me a portable. It's like the it's like the Malahit kind of SDR type radio, but it uses that chip, and that could be very interesting to explore. So yeah, 125. The Quotacen is a fantastic value. Definitely. I would love to go like out of town in a faraway place where FM reception is really like on the fringe, and scan the bands and see what I could get. I want to be more serious with FM DXing, and the Quotacen DX286 is a great radio for that. No sweat, Casper. It's all fine. We're not mad at you at all. James Farley, nice to have you here. KD2GUZ from Old Bridge, New Jersey. DXing 10-meter beacons. I'm excited. I got a EQSR from Belize, 5 watt, the other day. So, What else do we have? What's rubbish, Simon Borg? So, anyways, cool radio. I think the Quotacen DX286 should get the award best radio of 2024. I think I'm gonna do a video and award it that title. I mean, there's the Texan S2200X, but let's face it. Apart from the fact that it's a big radio, there's not much innovation You know, it's Texan PL990 in a big box. That's pretty much what it is. So there's no innovation or anything. So Robert Varner, nice to have you on board. KC2TEL, New Jersey. The one we're talking about, Casper, the Quotasen. ICOM are the best. Well, I can tell you the ICOM ICR 8500 here is good. Nothing fantastic. Anyways, are you talking, Casper, about the radio we're talking right now, the Quotasen? You can buy it on Amazon, maybe. I don't know, because you're in Norway, so I don't know if in Norway it's there. Here in Canada, we have it available. I know in the US they do. Try Amazon and search for Quotasen DX286. This is one you want to search for. I think Quotasen themselves sell it direct on their website, but I'm not sure. How do you find it on shortwave? Personally, I find it to be poor compared to my Texan PL880. It is on medium wave, long wave, and FM where it shines. For me, it's as good as any other radio, Andrew. But remember one thing, your Texan PL880, if you use it on telescopic, that telescopic is at least twice as long as a Quotasen. That's the first thing you need to remember. So your PL880 might be getting more signal because the telescopic is longer. Make sure that the amplification inside is turned on when you use it on telescopic. Check it out. But personally, I find it to be pretty much on par with my other radios. It's interesting. On external antenna is great, for sure. David's radio room wants that. He's put it on his Christmas list. Hope Santa is gonna send you one. Yeah, Casper, no problem. I figured you would probably want it to with the Quotasen. I mean, you know, if I never seen it written, I didn't even know how to write it. So it's normal. Different gear TV would be interesting to see inside that Texan S2200X. It could be that there is a PL990 inside and a house brick for added weight. Yeah, no, it's definitely different, and the reason why I know it's different is its behavior on single sideband. The harshness of the 990 because of the AGC not being very good is less present, so there's been a change there. And also on the higher frequencies, even though there's still a little bit of instability, it definitely is more stable than both the 990 and the H501X. So it is probably different, but different by how much? It does the same pretty much as the PL990, H501X, PL880. So at some point, how much different can you make a circuit around that same way of working? So they probably just tweaked what they had as circuit for a PL990, and it's changed a little bit. It's like the PL330, and then you get the PL368, which is a thin, long form factor. But I've got that question all the time. Isn't that a PL330 inside a PL368 form factor? Yeah, it does resemble a lot. And it's technically not exactly the same, but I think it's a, kind of variation of a basic same circuit, probably. So they're not that different at the base. Richard Myers, nice to have you here. Pizza in South Daytona, Florida. Nice to have you here, Rick. KO4OSA. You're using it with a 20-meter long wire. Then, have you tried turning off the amp? Could it be overloaded, maybe? It's interesting. Because here I don't see much difference. So it's kind of interesting. Kind of interesting. Huh. Darren Rogers, nice to have you on board from Long Island, New York. London 19657. Nice to have you on board. Yeah, you might be late because it starts an hour earlier because it's 20 UTC. If you have a time change, it kind of is 1 hour earlier, technically, local time. You found it, Casper? Cool. Joseph, no, that's what we all want in it that is not in there. We would love to have the DX286 do SSB, and it does not. But even if it does not, what it does so well that you want one anyway. Thank you, Lyndon, for the Molson and cat food donation. Thanks so much. SWAT cats, you should research Luxembourg-Gorky effect, phenomenon of cross-modulation between two radio waves. There's a lot of these phenomenon going on. I mean, in transmitter sites particularly. Sometimes two transmitters on different frequencies will have a mixing product of the radio waves, which will create kind of an alternate frequency where you hear things. And sometimes you might hear both transmissions on the same. It happened a few times with WWCR. We would hear a mixing product between, 15770 and, not 777, that's WRMI, 15825 and another frequency that we're using. And it would produce a third frequency, which was unintended, but was strong enough to be heard. There's a mathematical formula actually that you can use to calculate to have the result of the mixing of two frequencies, what's going to be the output. It's kind of interesting, and shortwave radio transmitter sites are particularly vulnerable to that because there's so many transmitters, high-powered transmitters within a small area. You turn 2 or 3 of them on, and you might have a mixing product that you didn't think about. Handy News got the X286 available at 66 pounds on AliExpress, including shipping to the UK. Here in Canada, it's about 125-ish Canadian on Amazon. Andrew Ross, I'll have play about with the amp feature, play with the amp feature the next time I am at the allotment. Thanks for the tip. Yeah, because I don't know if it would, technically if the amp is on and you have very strong signals, maybe it's desensitizing the radio. It could be that. So try with the amp on or off. KW61, nice to have you here from Tucson, Arizona. Joseph, too bad. SSB is a must for me. Yeah. No, if you are a big user of single sideband, definitely. That is a sad sad part, negative part of Different Gear TV purchased a Texan R9700DX a few weeks ago and have managed to get 2 weeks at approximately 6-8 hours a night and sleeping out of the battery. It's pretty amazing. I get about 27 hours out of the PL680. Yeah, the I think it's an analog, still an old style analog, and it doesn't have a display. It has, you know, the circuitry is different, so consumes less. James Farley, that digital signal is on 28189. Anyone figured out what it is? It's on now. 28189. Oh yeah, it is there. It is there. Let me just check. I'm curious here. $28,189 kilohertz. Be digital. What is that? 10 meters. ROS. What's that? What's ROS? ROS digital mode. Let me check it out here. ROS digital mode amateur. Run of schedule. No, that's not what we want. New digital mode, ROS, is considered by some to be spread. Okay, it's a new digital mode. Transitional amateur radio data modes. ROS is a weak signal mode written by EA5HVK. It's a great mode to use, and it makes the most of amateur radio and the internet. Huh. I'm going to have to check that out. ROS. Anybody knows more about that? No. It starts at 186. And I can hear it up to 191. So it's a wideband mode. Okay, I could see here that there's a controversy because amateur radio modes can be wideband below 220 megahertz. Now, this is an interesting one because it's pretty wide for a 10-meter signal. I could see some people ranting at that because it's really, really strong here. This is an S9 signal here. This apparently is a new digital mode. I'm going to have to look it up and see if I can actually operate on that. See if it works. I'm going to have to find more info now. You made me curious, James, about this digital mode. But by searching on the web, I started seeing things that's, okay, this would technically be some kind of new digital mode. Huh. WF7I Homebrew likes the 286 I purchased. Definitely fun and reasonably priced. Hi, Jay Dakota. I'm a huge pirate DXer, but I find a fair amount of AM pirates With the DX286 for the balance, I use one of two other radios for the SSB. Yeah. Yeah. If you're an FM DXer, people that love to DX FM stations, DX286, that's the radio to get. And, you know, you got RDS on it, so you can actually turn on RDS, get all the data, all the IDs of the station. It's really, really cool. Yeah, I could put because I see I'm not reaching I see actually that my volume is lower than usual. Let me just pump up the volume. Here we go, pump up the volume. I pump up the volume, as the song says. So maybe it's should be better now. It's a little stronger. I'm trying to avoid to reach the red area of the screen, of the meter. But this should be a little stronger. I put the microphone a little more powerful. Last week when I did the show, I'd go into red all the time. This week I'm not. I'm more in the... When I reach a higher volume, I reach yellow. David in Barcelona. ¿Cómo está mi amigo? Nice to have you here. This week I decided to gift myself a second Shack PC for my birthday. Happy birthday. It's a refurbished Lenovo ThinkCentre M712Q running Windows 10, which allowed me to finally use my IC7100 remote from elsewhere in the house, as well as run AirSpy HF Plus Discovery, without needing my Surface tablet for that. Cool. Cool. Nothing that like having dedicated PCs for stuff, you know? That's why I bought the mini PCs I've got. I got B-Link mini PCs, and you know what? There used to be a time when mini PCs were kind of junk. Today, mini PCs come in very powerful little boxes. So, you know, for a guy like me that has big screens, that's the cool thing. You put a mini PC on that big screen, you've got a computer, and it's just great and does the job. But, you know, it's fun to have dedicated devices. My Christmas gift probably this year will be a powerful mini PC that I will put, that's going to control my Yaesu, have all the radio software on it. It's going to run my SDRs, all of it. And that's going to be a dedicated radio PC. Art Don, nice to have you here. K2ADC in New Jersey. Different Gear TV. So, yep. Let's hope it's better. If it's not enough, I'll put it up. But I was a little lower. Jason Sitar, JFox1, nice to have you here. My volume was lower than usual, though. I have to admit, I saw it at the beginning, but I thought probably it's fine. But not all PCs, especially laptops, they don't all have the same volume output over time. What else do we have? What's interesting is that 28189 signal seems to be always there. It doesn't look like an exchange thing, that it's off and on depending on the transmitters. So I'm very curious as to exactly what it is. It's very weird. So much better, different gear, cool. Yeah, I could see that I was not as high as usual. I could even put it even higher if needed. I need to clean the contacts and do stuff too, because I was noticing, because when I record the International Radio Report with Sheldon, I've noticed that even if I don't touch any of the controls, I'm not always at the same level, and I find that kind of very bizarre. It should always be the same. It's so weird. Upstate SWL, same guy that developed Vera. Okay. Huh. But it's interesting. I don't know. 28189. It's a very, very unique and interesting signal there. So we're going to check that out because it definitely is interesting. So as we were talking about Radio Havana, Cuba, of course, one of the shows that was very popular on Radio Havana, Cuba, and let me take my earphones here, is Arnie Coro's The Xers Unlimited. I do miss Arnie Coro's The Xers Unlimited. It was a good, it was a kind of a good, down to earth show, which was very interesting and so different from anything else that you could listen to on shortwave. Let's listen to a little chunk of The Xers Unlimited here. So Arnie Coro, The Xers Unlimited. It was always a fun part of my Saturday. It was a few times that it was there, but so let's see. Is there one with a good? Apparently, I've recorded quite a few times The Xers Unlimited on my channel, from what I see here. So I'm just gonna try to get a. Hey, we're going to get a video from our friend MDK2, Matt, in Colorado. Oops. Gotta voice this, gotta go to the console.
CQDX, CQDX, CQDX. This is Havana calling. CQDX, CQDX, CQDX. This is Radio Havana calling all shortwave listeners and radio amateurs. Welcome to The Xers Unlimited, Radio Havana's weekly feature dedicated to the fascinating world of radio communications.
Hi, mis amigos radioaficionados all around the world and in space. Yes, my friends, your receiver is now tuned to the shortwave frequency where you are just starting to listen to the weekend edition of The Xers Unlimited, the radio hobby program that provides you with the most up-to-date, accurate, and reliable shortwave propagation updates and forecasts. And the news is that sunspot numbers and solar flux made a strong comeback between March 30 to April the 5th. And then the sun went once again into the slow speed mode it is now going through. Between March 30 and April 5, the average daily solar flux was 96.5, and this compares to 77.9 the previous 7 days, and just 71.2 of the week before. That was between March 16 and the 22. Average daily sunspot numbers progressed at a fast pace from 3.4, then to 29.7, then to 65.9 over the same 3 weeks, and it's now going down again. The latest daily forecast for planetary A index and solar flux shows a downturn to solar flux of 76 on April the 7th, estimated to be just 70 between April 8th and the 13th. And now our next radio propagation related item. Ionospheric propagation researchers all around the world will carefully watch the upcoming sporadicity season of the Northern Hemisphere in order to try to validate the criteria that sporadicity events do happen more frequently during the solar minimum activity years, the ones we're going through right now. Hams that operate on the 50 megahertz or 6 meters band will certainly enjoy the best openings of the summer H-peak season. Usually starts as usual at the very late.
That was part of our friend MDK2, Matt in Colorado. That's 7-year-old recordings. April 9th, 2017, 7.5 years from now. 7.5 years back. On 15140 back in the day. Man, that is cool. I missed that. And of course, for those that don't know, Arnie Coro has passed away. I think it was last year. He was a big part of Radio Havana, Cuba, a big part also of the, if you notice a little bit, a lot of the technical aspect of Radio Havana, Cuba going to crap is since he's died. I mean, he was a big part of, fixing things and having things going, unfortunately. Well, not too bad of a copy on 15140. Honestly, I never had on 15140 a reception that was pretty much better than yours. It's always been like that on 15140 for me also. So, no, it's not that bad. Not that bad. Okay. Let's go here. Matt says, dang, I think I forgot I ever recorded him. Yeah, got a 10-minute video. I don't want to click on mine because I don't want to have to deal with the fact that if an ad plays, I'm not supposed to look at my ads. It could put me in trouble. So I checked out if I could find some other recording from somebody else. It seems I've recorded it on my channel 3 or 4, 5 times at least, on different radios too. So, what else do we have? David, my IC7100's USB interface also goes into the KVM switch, which allows me to move the radio from PC to PC as needed. Cool. So, Shogun, oh, that's an old recording. It's not on the radio anymore. Good old day. Good old days. Oh, man. There we go. We had somebody now pull the trigger, purchase a Quotacent DX286. You're going to be happy. It's really, really an amazing little radio. Jerry Hart, nice to have you on board. Cool to have you here. And, it was a long time, Matt. I mean, 2017. Before a lot of things happened, before a certain pandemic, when life was very normal. I mean, 7 years ago, I wonder in 2017 how many stations that are gone were still there in that year. I came across something I'm going to share with you guys. Just go back here. So I'm going to go to schedules. But, okay, archive. So you guys want to know, in the winter of 2001, 2002, what we were listening to in North America in the evenings? Or are you guys gonna cry? So I'm just gonna tell you what you were listening to in 2001, 2002, the B2001 schedules, basically. So, back in the day, at 0 hours UTC, we could listen here in North America to, just going to check it out here, Radio Vilnius, there's Radio Thailand, there was, let me check it out, lots of frequencies for Radio Australia. There was a lot of frequencies from the BBC. Not to North America, though, but a lot of frequencies, so a lot of them might have made it. What did we have? We had Radio Japan via Radio Canada International on 6145 via the Sackville transmitter site. We had the Voice of Russia that was there. Voice of Russia on several frequencies. We also had, check that out, Radio Exterior de España, 6055. There was, let me check it out, Voice of Greece, of course, was there. Radio Tirana from Albania. We had stations that are gone, like WHRI in South Bend, Indiana. Those were some stations there. KTBN in Salt Lake City was there. We had, let's check it out here. From 0 to 0:30. What did we have here? So anything else? Okay, so at 0:30, you turned on the radio. What would we listen to at 0:30? 0:30, Radio Havana, Cuba. We'd have HCJB. We would have to North America, the Iran Broadcasting. '01 UTC, what we would have. RAI Italy. We would have 055 in English. So RAI from Italy in English. We would then go to Radio Prague, direct from the Czech Republic. Radio Slovakia, direct from Slovakia. Radio Austria International. We'd have Radio Sweden, including a relay from Canada, from Sackville. Radio Tashkent from Uzbekistan. We'd have Radio Yugoslavia. Radio Yugoslavia. There would be Radio Norway International. Radio Australia, Radio Bulgaria. Radio Budapest. And all of that was not that far off in 2001, 2002 time. This is something. It's not that far off. It's 20 years, but it isn't that far off, actually. You know, just past the millennium. Pretty crazy. Mike Jam, nice to have you on board. Matt says, well, it was just a few months after Radio Australia left us. I recall that. Wow. That was a big one. RJ Dakota, the X286 is quite a radio, a bit of a super radio. Big surprise for me, especially on medium wave and FM. Yep. Robert Varner's trying now. For the schedules, David, yeah, I'll share. Actually, it's the archive. Go to the archives. I'm gonna share the link. If you guys want to go back up to 2000, go check the archives of EIBI Space. So here starts at summer 2000, and you have every EIBI schedules that were for the A and B seasons up to today. So if you want to see what it was like to listen to Shortwave 20 years ago, I've got another one that I can't find that's even worse. I stumbled upon a text schedule, 24-hour schedules, UTC time, from 1981. That one is even worse because it's like, oh God, I remember all of those. RJ Dakota misses the voice of Greece. PVM, this is the best thing on YouTube. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, the manual of the DX286 is one of the best of all the little portables, because honestly, so many of these are crappy. A lot of the radios today would come with a manual that you don't even understand if anyone will know how to operate the radio. So now, before I cry, let's open another beer. Yeah, it's the good old days, and we let's not go too often there. There's still a lot of stuff. Okay, still a lot of stuff today. So I'm gonna fill up my beer. We're gonna do a little cheers. It's already an hour 24. Man, time really flies. It's a lot of fun being here, guys. And cheers. Another beer. But the one from 1981 is even worse because it has a lot of stuff in it. It's pretty crazy. So KW1161, now you're making me cry. Rat Shaver, I want to buy myself Christmas present and I'm hooked on these two Texan S2200X and our Ratty RF919. Just opinion, if anyone knows which is better. From what I hear, and this is purely from what I hear, not anything personal opinion, I know how the Texan S2200X works. I've never tuned a Ratty RF1919. But from what I've seen and hear, you're better off with the Texan S2200X. And that's an opinion based only on what I hear. So do more research if you want. What I've noticed is a lot of people on the Ratty RF919 seem to be sending it back. I know that, and there was an update that bricked some, so I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't want to scare you and don't want to kind of, change your opinion of what you might want. Look around. If somebody here can help out a little more. One thing for sure, the Texan S2200X, you're not going to go wrong. And if you like a big radio, that's a big radio. It's like the radios we used to have. Jim Gordon, nice to have you on board on a rainy Scotland. What is the latest about Radio Vania? I understand that it is now off the air following storms and power outages. Yeah, well, now it's mostly because the worst is happened. The Raphael hurricane hit the transmitter site and pretty much tore down most of the antennas. And because Cuba is in a state of crisis right now, I don't think if for them there's no way to come back, they're not going to come back. If maybe an antenna's left or anything, maybe we could hear them on some frequencies. Keep an eye on the bands. We'll see what happens. But honestly, even if you have them coming back, what I'm going to say here is they're this close to never coming back and never being on the bands again. Their transmitters are a mess. They're Soviet-era transmitters. And if the antennas are collapsing and things like that, they're close from, like I said earlier, a lot of the transmitter sites, a lot of the stations around the world, when they left, didn't leave because they wanted to leave. They left because transmitters broke down and there's just nothing to do. Didn't have the money to repair it. Especially, Soviet-era transmitters, they can't repair that. They need something new and don't have the money for it. Harold Anderson, nice to have you on board from Norway, LB1NH. Jean Arash, with all those transmitters giving up and not being replaced or fixed, there won't be nothing left on shortwave eventually. Actually, there's a lot. People don't realize, but look at a 24-hour schedule of EIBI space. There are thousands of broadcasts on shortwave. What people focus on is that in North America, it's difficult. People don't realize shortwave is not dead at all. There's so many transmissions out there every hour. It's just they're focused on another part of the world. They're focused a lot on Africa, more on Europe than in North America. When we talked about it once, somebody says, well, I miss the days with all the stations. There's some stuff to listen to, but and I just mentioned, I said, well, when I look at what all the transmissions going to Europe, I'm a little jealous because I'd like to have at least that here in North America. And a lot of people in Europe don't realize how lucky you are, which it's much better there than here. So shortwave isn't dead, and it won't be dead in 100 years. Shortwave has a purpose. It's just that the purpose and the times changing, the political aspect changing, the Cold War ending, a lot is a lot of it is focused on something else. Where are we broadcasting now? Well, Asia, Middle East, Africa, and somewhat Europe. It's just that North America is probably in if you like shortwave, honestly, the worst place to be born is in North America. It's quiet compared to a lot of places, but it doesn't mean there's nothing. There's a lot of stuff. Once again, the biggest issue is noise. Go out in a park, go out somewhere where the noise is low, do a scan with your radio. You're going to see you're getting tons of radio stations, a lot of stuff. But here in North America, it's quieter. But shortwave is far from dead. Thousands and thousands of broadcasts every day. It is definitely not dead. There was even a interview with the USA GM and one of the guys that was talking about the Voice of America and all of that. And he mentioned himself in one of the questions is that he doesn't see shortwave going away anytime soon for what the purpose it is. They're going to, it's like everything, they're going to consolidate and have, I've said it many times, you know what shortwave is going to become? A handful of transmitter sites that are going to relay everything. There ain't going to be a country coming back on shortwave on its own with its own transmitters. It costs too much money to rebuild. It's like Radio Canada International. It would cost a huge amount of money to rebuild Sackville. That ain't going to happen ever. But there's cheap ways to go on shortwave. And, CBC should understand that Radio Canada International could still exist in a very, very inexpensive way. It's called WRMI. Put Radio Canada International there. It's going to cost pennies. No more transmitter site to take care of. And they're going to be on. So, that's the thing. That's the future of shortwave. A handful of very well-placed transmitter sites handling all the radio stations that are going to be on. That's the future. That's going to be the way it's going to work. London, no problem. My name is not always easy. It's actually not easy in English because there's no sound for my name if you pronounce it too. I'm a Brit and has lived in Pennsylvania 21 years. I've been to Amsterdam 29 times. Just wanted to ask, you sound Dutch to my ear. Am I bonkers? Yes, you are. No, I'm French Canadian. My first language is French. I started learning English when I was about 5 or 6 by playing with my friends. But my basic first language is French. Je parle français. It's my language. It's Canadian French, so it's a little different from the France French, but it's Canadian French. I get a lot of comments over time on the YouTube channels of what nationality are you? It's like your accent is kind of, Shortwave Archive likes to look at the archives of EIBI space. Yeah, I know. It's one of those things. We don't look at them too much. London 19657 beer time. Thank you for the tip, by the way. RJ Dakota says, I'm always going back through the manual for the DX286. There's always something to discover. Oh, I go back all the time. I forget out. I have too many radios. So each radio has its own way of working. So the other day, I'm using the quota send. And it's pitch dark. So I'm like, oh, how do you turn on the display light to be on all the time? Each radio has its own way of doing it. And it's been a couple of weeks since I've used the quota send, and I'm like, I forgot. I don't remember. So it's kind of interesting to go back. But it's also the quota send particularly because of all the menus and all the options that exist within this radio, the manual is a must. I got it in PDF on my tablet because it's easier to read, it's big, and I can zoom on stuff. But I go and check it out all the time. Courtesan, particularly the Courtesan, is really one of those radios that you better keep the manual next to you if you want to use it, because you'll need to refer back to it regularly for all sorts of things. It's one of the rare radios when I do need that. I can tell you that. I don't know if I could quickly just get it, but Courtesan. Anyways, yeah, it's one of those radios that you just want to have the manual all the time. I got one here. There we go. There we go. So he's there. Courtesan DX286. Can easily refer to it on my tablet. It's pretty cool for that. And that's why I like my tablet also, with my eyes that are always a little, not the best for reading. It's cool on the tablet because you can zoom in stuff. James Farley, I loved Farrell's confidential frequency list. Yeah, I had those. I loved those. I remember going. There was a kind of an art and hobby show every year, and my father would go there because he was interested in seeing model boats and model planes and model all sorts of model things to build. And I knew there was Sheldon had a place there where he would sell his books, radio books. So every year when they would go to that hobby show, my dad would go. It's like, I'm going too. And I would prepare in advance because I'd had, when I was working, I would put money just aside just for books. And I was like, okay, it's coming this weekend. And then my dad would say, okay, we're going. Yep. And he would, look at his model, boats and planes and stuff. And I would go to Sheldon's table for his books. And I mean, Sheldon had a amazing amount of books he would sell. Sheldon was like selling, I don't know how many. He had probably 40, 50, 60 different books. And all I would drool all over them. It's like, I want them all, but I don't have the money for it, so I'll have to choose which ones. But confidential frequency list, that's the first time I also purchased the Klingenfuss utility book. And there was a lot of others that I would just like, I'd come home and the first thing is like, I'd sit in front of my radio, of my pile of books, and it was like, I'm gone for the evening because I'm diving in there and I'm tuning around these signals. Pretty crazy. Oh boy, man, that was so cool. I miss that part of the good old days. It's like coming on with a buck, and it's like, oh man, look at these frequencies. It's not like today. Today, you want frequencies, you go on the internet, and that's why books have pretty much faded away on radio. Is we've got a lot of resources that are very good on the internet. So it's not like in the day. Back in the day, you'd just go and there was no internet, no listings except, maybe if you're in a club or it's like, but still, you were looking at, there must be a master book of frequencies, and we would go and buy these books and be like coming home. It's like, this is a treasure. Look at all this things that's listenable and it's out there. And, it's like the Passport to World Band Radio. Oh man, the first time I came across a Passport to World Band Radio, it was like being in heaven. It's like you come back home and look at this book. It has all these frequencies. The blue pages, all the frequencies. Plus, you had a bonus of, oh, look at all the radio reviews. Look at all these radios. It was just fantastic to have these books back in the day. It wasn't the internet. Today, you guys do what? When you want to see a review, a lot of you come to my channel or several channels, that are trustworthy and look at what, someone has to say about it. But back in the day, none of that existed. It was just like, okay, I'm going to read. Funny thing, and this one is really good. This week, I went to the world. Once again, I'll post the link because this website is so amazing. Those that don't know that it exists, okay? worldradiohistory.com. Here, if you want to go back and get old monitoring times, popular communications, 73 magazines, this is the place to go. There's tons of stuff. And if you like old books of electronics, radio, TV, they have books from like the 30s, 40s, 50s, and it's just amazing. I downloaded this week because I wanted to check 73 Amateur Radio Magazine. And one of the funniest things is that this week I downloaded this one. I'm going to show you guys. So it's the 73 Amateur Radio Magazine, November 2000. So this is the cover page. Okay. In it, they have a review of a Yaesu receiver. I was just going to tell you one thing. The worst freaking review I've ever seen in my life. I read it and I was like, that's not a review. You're talking about it. You're talking about its features. You're comparing it a little bit with your amateur radio gear. But you're not freaking telling us anything really important. How does it perform? And, how good is it? It was like, I was just laughing. I was like, this is the worst review I've ever seen of a radio. And it's in a magazine that's well known, 73 Amateur Radio Magazine. I was like, wow, okay. Times have changed. I don't know. But yeah. So Handy is getting a Stella Artois. I've had that. It's a good beer. That's a pretty good beer. I'll tell you that. Okay, what else is there? Jim Gordon Clint returned his ratty. Hello there, Brian Penny. Nice to have you here from Cape Cod, Massachusetts. Welcome aboard. Any new to ratty seems interesting, but it doesn't have AM on UHF, which precludes listening to military airband. KW61, Brett Shaver, I have the Texan PL 368, I guess. Texan a lot easier to use. Yeah, but the Ratty RF 919 is kind of unique in the way it is. That's for sure. RJ Dakota, I'm surprised that Chinese doesn't help Cuba with their transmitter problems. They helped Mali get a transmitter on. Yeah, it's like we were saying earlier. Probably there's nothing interesting for them with Cuba. Where Mali, you're reaching Africa, where they're, China's really getting major in Africa right now. LWA Appleby, nice to have you here. RJ Dakota, North America seems to be in its own bubble as far as shortwave is concerned, but we do have our share of stations. The USAGM is slowly becoming outmoded. Yeah. Tomorrow on the International Radio Report, we're going to talk about a African country that has kicked out Voice of America from its FM outlets. You know, a lot of shortwave stations have decided that, hey, you know what? We could go out there in Africa and in a country and have programs on FM outlets locally. It will be much better than shortwave. Yeah, until the government kicks you out because they don't like what you're saying. And that's what's happening. Tomorrow I'm going to talk about it. And and I think it's Burkina Faso, actually. So what happened is VOA got kicked out because the government didn't like what VOA said in a couple of its programs. What's left when that happens? Well, shortwave. Shortwave, you can't kick out shortwave. It just goes across the borders and that's it. So, you know, it's when I see USAGM that shut down a couple of places like Sao Tome. No, I think you're not seeing the big picture. Look at the BBC World Service. We got the great news of the BBC World Service. Their funding is actually increased for the BBC World Service. And that is good, because I think the UK government understands one thing. Maybe we need to keep the BBC on, including shortwave, because there was a report that came out that said when the BBC or even Voice of America removes some of its transmissions, China takes over. And the more it goes, the more China is taking over everywhere. And because some people are too dumb to understand the big picture, it's too late. We dismantle the transmitter site. Yeah. Kind of idiot, right? There's a lot of that happening right now. People not thinking about the importance. Ricardo, nice to have you on board from Portugal. Cheers, my friend. I think for now, WRMI is not necessarily overloaded. I don't know how to put it. I have my own way of thinking of programming on WRMI because of my personal beliefs of what everything is. I think they should work in getting so much is just a they should focus on a lot of maybe international broadcasters that'd like to be on the air. WRMI is a key to shortwave broadcasting from many countries. Okay, yeah, it costs too much to have your own transmitter site. A lot of countries are going there. Yeah, it does. So let's leave that to WRMI and pay the fee for hours of broadcastings. And it costs us so little compared to having our own transmitters. And it keeps WRMI alive. Is it going in too many directions? It's kind of weird. There's a lot of stuff. I think right now, the biggest problem of WRMI, they will accept anybody that gives you money to broadcast whatever. And what does it do? Well, it gives us some weird stuff. Supreme Master TV, what the hell is that? It's like they've rented I don't know how many hours a day. You listen to it and it's like, what the hell is that? No, I don't want to be vegan. I eat meat. If you want to be vegan, fine. But no, I will not be vegan. That's me. And all sorts of weird things. Every time I listen to them, it's always like that Om Shinrikyo sect from Japan that I got a QSL card. Their broadcasts were very similar. Their broadcasts were, we're all at peace. Everything is beautiful. The world is great. Let's all gather together and save the planet and eat right. And it was the same exact type of programming. And then some nut jobs went with the sarin gas in the Tokyo subway, killed people, and you're like, wow, Supreme Master sounds exactly like that. And I'm like, wow, it's almost scary. It's almost scary. To have that type of transmission. So I don't know. By the way, guys, I had a little. I just did a little experiment because I kept a browser open with a little something to see how it goes, and noticed that way of doing it crashed, which means that if I had used the same way I was streaming before, we would have had a crash right now, where I would have had to restart the stream. So I think it's a good idea to be OBS Studio. Works much better. Okay. Brad Shaver, we made your decision. I think you're going to be happy, honestly. Blogger Die, nice to have you here. Our peerless leader is Canadian. The nationality Americans pretend to be when traveling. Yeah, it does happen. I do have a friend of mine that traveled the world and met they were in the Middle East, and they met a American couple. And the American couple told him, it's like, we're not being greeted very well. And he was used to traveling. And so he said, here, we're going to fix that. And he said, turn around. And he slapped their backpacks and said, what did you do? I just slapped the Canadian flag on your backpacks. Everybody's going to be nice to you now. Unfortunately, yeah, it happens. Ricky, speaking of Quebecois Canadian French, Google Translate now has our flavor of French as an option. It's wild, yeah? Hey, it's cool. Why not? Sean Arash, what links are used between a shortwave broadcaster and WRMI? Satellite? No. Most of them is simply, today is internet. And most of them actually just upload their shows in MP3 format. And it, as long as you continue uploading your shows, just like what we do here with CKUT on the International Radio Report. We record on a Friday. I edit on Saturday night, so tonight I'll be editing the show. And then I just log into CKUT, put the MP3 in its time slot, and it just plays. There used to be a time in the late 80s, early 90s, where satellite links were used when you needed to send your broadcast when there was a relay. When the internet happened, most of it changed to the internet, which is much easier. Like I said, if you have a daily program, most of the time it's not even that. Most of the time it's just you send, you upload the show for the day and it's going to play. The computer's just going to, put it in the time slot you want. And I still have my Farrell's confidential frequency list along with the RTTY list. Still at King Office CD somewhere. One of the interesting things about utilities, even though a lot of them disappeared, a lot of the utilities that are still active are pretty much all on the same frequencies from back in the day. So it's not like a international broadcast that's changed all the time. London 19657 just bought a book today. From Here to There, it's about the atmosphere. Jim Gordon says, what is your beer tonight? Mine is a Guinness, Nigerian Guinness. It's appearing in the shops here. It is almost twice as strong as the regular. Yeah, I'm having the regular the regular. It's strong beer that I'm having, so kind of getting drunk a little. This is what I'm having now. It's actually something that they have just here at the corner store, so it's like I don't have to go very far. Okay. I don't drink, 5 of them because I'll be hungover tomorrow. But I can drink, in a night that I will drink some, I'll drink 2, maybe, 3 if I'm in the mood. But usually I stick at 2 max. Jean Arash, I listen to Radio Absolute AI from Germany, and they don't seem to do much with those AI voices. They won't tell the weather or traffic or anything else you'd expect from a radio host or DJ. Yeah. AI is still not what it's going to be. But at some point, it definitely will be what it's all about. That's where it's going to get dangerous, knowing when a radio station is AI driven or not, because that's going to happen. We're going to talk tomorrow about the job losses that are going to happen with iHeartMedia. More than 400 people are losing their jobs. They're having a hard time. And one of our questions on the show is, how long before some radio stations turn AI because it costs nothing? That's gonna be dangerous if it's not identified as AI radio. You can't, the voices are getting better and better all the time. At some point, someday they're gonna be a AI me or something. It's gonna be like, wow, we're gonna use, the face, the everything that's in the picture, and the voice already. They can imitate the voices perfectly. So it's a scary future where we're going to have a set of rules. Already YouTube is actually talking about it. YouTube asks me in every video and live show, is there an AI portion in this show? Is there some AI that people might find it difficult to see if it's reality or computer? And you have to check mark, yes or no. Is there going to be some AI stuff? You guys don't know it. I'm not really here. I'm in the Bahamas near the beach, and this is just an AI me doing the show tonight. It's going to be tough for an AI to imitate me, I guess. What else do we have? Check it out here. London, I wish they still made magazines on nice paper. Yeah, I understand that. With books and stuff. It's true that the book is nice, As my eyes age, I'm happy with the tablet because of the zoom aspect of it. But honestly, having a book in your hand is always nice. Definitely. Master Players Radio and Television, welcome back from the barbecue. You're in need of pants. What did you do at a barbecue if you're needing pants? We won't ask you what you did at barbecue if you need pants. What else do we have? Jim Gordon, shortwave cuts across borders. Never was a truer word spoken. Yep. That's why it was so important in the Cold War. In the Cold War era. There's no borders on shortwave. Master Players Radio. If everybody here can move out from Facebook and X to Discord, yeah. I limit myself. It's too much to handle when you try to do too much things at the same time. VT Radio, Paul, nice to have you here. AA1SU from Northern Vermont. Um, oh, I agree with that, KW1161. I also agree with that. More cool stuff, less crap, because unfortunately there's a lot of it. My jam, if we end up with a handful of transmitters, airtime costs will go way up. Right. Definitely airtime goes up as the number of transmitters available are less. But considering of the cost right now, I mean, WRMI will ask you, on a good transmitter will ask you maybe 100, 150 an hour on a good transmitter with high power. For a big broadcaster, that's peanuts. The same thing if you have your own transmitter site. You got to maintain the transmitters, pay for repairs, pay the engineer that has to fix the stuff and look at the stuff, all the maintenance and everything. It's not 100 an hour. It's like, thousands an hour of cost. And so at some point, even if it goes up to a certain point, it's still less expensive than owning your own. Master players, more music shows instead of politics, religion. Yeah, I'd like to have more stuff. Definitely, that is, Blogger died. Just wait until they start reading the Supreme Master's poetry. Oh God, I don't want that. I like to have a more balanced WRMI. Definitely, I think WRMI is focused mostly on. I'd be curious to see the books. How much does it cost WRMI to operate all of that? They just got hit by high winds that knocked down transmitters and they fixed all of it. This is not zero cost operation. I'm actually amazed that WRMI is capable of paying for all of that, especially with the fees they're charging some programming to be on the air. It's something that I always think about. Is how the hell can they maintain their operations? I'm surprised. I'd say the same with WBCQ. This is where me and Sheldon are in the conspiracy theory side, where we think there's something else that all of us don't know. JW, nice to have you here. Hey guys, no talk about moving away from X or from whatever, or it gets too close to a political side. Okay, let's just keep it simple. Tristan, how is WBCQ doing these days? Seems like I catch WRMI programming more than WBCQ lately. Yeah, I know that there's a couple of, like 5130 on the BBCQ has been off a lot. I think the finances are maybe not that great. They keep what they want to keep, like that world's last crap on 9330. I'm still amazed that they have that huge transmitter and antenna, rotatable antenna. But they're on, and they do, I guess, they pay the bills. But I don't know. It's kind of interesting. London says, live and drunk coming to you from Northeast Pennsylvania. A 0.8, so 800 milliwatts home transmitter. It's legal, and I can hear the PC when I am picking up leaves outside 500-yard work. Because usually 100 milliwatts is 0.1 watt. So we won't tell anybody. Shh. Matt, outside of 9330, which is another religious channel, I never get WBCQ well enough to bother in Denver, Colorado. Well, you know, John, that does the Report of the Week show, stopped using WBCQ because he said that of all the stations, he got the least amount of reports from WBCQ. Even mentioning sometimes he got just 0 reports or emails. And that is why he stopped using WBCQ. He said, it seems nobody's hearing the transmitters. I hear WBCQ here because I'm kind of close. And I'm probably okay for the skip zone. In the wintertime, 7490 will go over me. In the summertime, it's always there. I can tell you that in midday, I hear 6160, 7490 all the time because it's there almost, I don't know, they're almost 24 hours on those frequencies. 7490 in the winter goes away pretty much. I'm stuck with 6160, which is always Brother Stare crap. And 9330, forget it. It's like, you know, it comes in all the time here. And please, let's not even talk about 9330. Can't tell you that. JW, Amazon just delivered my very first ham radios, a 2-pack Baofeng AR5RM with 15-inch antenna. London, I would imagine a ham test is hard. No idea. Good luck. It's not. It depends. It depends a lot. A ham test is harder for some than others. If you've never had electronics and I can tell you, I don't know. PVM, good story about that Canadian flag on the backpack. I would have been curious because you never saw them after, but I would have been curious if they were to meet up again. And it's like, so was it easier now? But I've heard those stories. It's always been like that. 2 countries, you know, Canada has a nice reputation around the world, so people tend to, you know, and the U.S. does, but I guess it depends on where you are and who you're meeting up with. Blogger Die, I asked my 2 ham buddies what I could do with the XH Data E100 since I don't have a license. They told me to get a license. Yeah. And even that, it's still illegal. I've researched it enough to know that the E100 is not supposed to be owned even by ham radio operators because of the way they're selling it. I ain't going to talk about it. They've been haggling me. They've been really, really like telling me, it's like, well, you know, you got a radio now and I don't care. I'm not going to talk about it. Case closed. You know. RJ Dakota, when our local radio station used to sign off at the end of the week, they would tell us the studio transmitter link. They recited the call KWU59 as that link. Huh. So London's From Here to There is about propagation. Sounds interesting. Sounds a very interesting book. Richard Myers, I still go back every now and then to the websites with the retro interval signals. Brings back memories from the 60s on. Oh, definitely. Definitely. It's, you know, something that if you've lived through and listened to shortwave for a long time. Whoops, I just kicked the camera. That's interesting. That digital signal on 28189 is still there. It's like there all the time. Something weird about that. I'll tell you that. But yeah, interval signals of the past have this this way of getting us inside because we grew up with them, and if shortwave was important, then you'd be on the radio all the time. Absolutely, there's something about it, definitely. So Kev Michael, nice to have you here. I heard KSL News 1027 Salt Lake City, Utah on 1160 and 9 p.m. Hawaii, Alaska time Friday night. Cool. So what guts? I read somewhere that they are currently working on a nuclear time clock to replace the atomic clock. Yeah, at some point, I guess. I mean, the atomic clocks that use cesium are very accurate, but I'm sure there's even more accuracy that can be done. Some guy someday will have a clock that, it's going to lose 1 second in 1 billion years or something. It's not like our shortwave radios that lose 1 second every 20 minutes. I get this all the time. It's like, why are the clocks so crappy on our radios today? I know. All the freaking portable radios we have, where do you get your clocks? They're the worst freaking clocks. It's like you don't look at your clock for 2 days and you're already 10 seconds away. It's like, what? Why? We're in 2024. I'm pretty sure a very accurate clock could be extremely easy for, 25 cents to produce. That one is definitely the one I get all the time. It's like people are annoyed at, yeah, I put my clock on UTC, but, I look at my clock 3 days later and it's like 17 seconds off. It's like, yeah, I know. It's really bad. It's very bad, actually. It's like, why are they so inaccurate? Come on. I guess the quartz they use is so unpure and bad that it just ain't precise. Michael, nice to have you here. Raking the leaves, grocery shopping, and shortwave. Anyway, hello out there. Nice to have you on board. We have YZFR1 Biker. Nice to have you here from Sherbrooke, Quebec. Kevin Michael, the KSL signal. Kevin Good on the Ethon Elite Field Radio. Street Califano, nice to have you here. WA2157SWL in Albany, New York. Brad Shaver needs a beer. Ricardo, cheers. I'm listening to your show while playing pinball. We'll be tuning shortwave later. Cool. What else do we have? Richard California, my favorite radio books were Radio Shack. Matter the Xer, nice to have you here from the UK, M7EIW. Shortwave Archive. Last thing shortwave needs is if new transmitters are no longer being sold. Hey, Mad Radio DXer, I have a deal for you. How about, can you go on 20 meters FT8? You want to try it? If you can. So we could try maybe 20 meters at this time. I think it should work. So let me know if you want to try it. We'll try it. Richard Califano. Okay, Shortwave Archive. The last thing Shortwave needs is if new transmitters are no longer being sold. Yeah, but there's still a lot of new transmitters. So not as many in the past for sure, but there's stuff out there. James Farley. Jill, that ROS signal is gone from 10 meter now. It's on 715. Yeah, but that's an AM, and that's not a ham band. But what you were talking about? Oh, it just gone now. It just left. But that is interesting. Now it can't be the same signal on 15 megahertz, because 15748 is not a ham band. So was 28189 something else? If that is, a lot of hams are going to be unhappy. Because you know what's weird about that 28189 is an amateur radio signal is never always on. And it started kind of making me doubt that it was an AM signal, because it was there all the time. It seems to be some kind of signal that was intruding into the 10 meter band. So I'm going to try it. So you're saying it's on 15748. Let me try that out here. 15. Okay, I don't have anything here. Here, 15748 is clear. So I don't know. I'm a little surprised because there shouldn't be a signal that's on for hours in an AM band. It should be like a back and forth thing, unless it's some communication I don't understand. So 15748 here has nothing here. Kevin Michael, yeah, WBCQ and WWCR sound pretty much the same. You know, I listen to WWCR for only one thing: AWR Wavescan and Ask WWCR. I never tuned that. It's strong here. I could tune it all the time. It's uninteresting for me. RGA Dakota, I could stay standard time and it would not bother me. Changing the time back and forth is really outmoded from World War II. Mike Jam, I appreciate you being an ambassador for Shortwave. It's been a wonderful retirement hobby for me. Cool. Jim Gordon, where's Last Chance have a show that claims that the world is flat? How does that square with shortwave propagation? Look, if the world is flat, we can all go on FM, iPower, and it's line of sight. You know, that's all. I'm still waiting for that reality show where we're trying to find the end of the world, where it just stops. I'd like that. Yeah, for sure. You can listen to all the bands. You can listen to everything. It's just that, yeah, you know. Oh, God. I didn't know what I was getting into when I got one of those radios. John Vargosh, Romania International, coming in good in Florida. Okay, what frequency are you on? And that was at 506. So what frequency, if you can share the frequency, would be great. RGA Dakota, I don't mind politics, but on a political side. Yeah, absolutely. This is not about, you know, this is not a place where we discuss that. It's like, you know, I know it's tough sometimes, but any transmitters, any radio station in any country, our objective here is to just report what we hear and when we heard it in the frequencies, not to give an opinion of what they said or who they are. And I know for some it's difficult to grasp that, you know, no, just say it, what you heard, and that's it. And we don't want to know what you think about it. You know, I don't want to know what you guys think of Cuba. I just want to know Radio Cuba, is it on? Is it off? That's all. Yeah. Yeah, the Brother Stare stuff, honestly. Especially with all we heard of all the fondling of little girls. Ricky, I think WBCQ uses Yagis for everything apart from 9330, which might explain why it's often rough to catch. Yeah, it's possible. It might be good in very specific areas. Hangpar, nice to have you on board. Calvin, you have 110 volts, 60 hertz there, and US type sockets. We have US type sockets, but here we're at 120 volts, 60 hertz. Plus, we do have 240 volts, 60 hertz for specific items like the oven, the electric heating, things like that, and the dryer. No problem, Angpar. 32 bits. I think I must have been behind the lines. Are you weekly again now with the shortwave live stream? Yep. Every week, 20 hours UTC. Every week. Kevin Michaels, 49 and 41 meter band covered with CRI China from Versus frequencies. There's something I don't understand about China Radio International, by the way, that I have a hard time with. They've been using a lot of their frequencies and playing just music. even when it's supposed to be a broadcast. The Portuguese language, the Spanish language. There was even one English broadcast. Instead of having the regular shows, like that round table show they have, music. And even Glenn Hauser has been talking about it. Says, "What's this? Why are you using these frequencies just to play music if there's no program on it? It's kind of useless." Thank you, Engpar. Back to the Future, one of my favorite movies. I got this shirt because I was invited to a 80s program, in the 80s show on a FM station here in Montreal. And they wanted us to wear something, not to disguise ourselves or anything, just to wear something that feels 80s. So I got this shirt for that purpose, because that's, very 80s. The problem is if 28189 is one of those digital financial services, which I don't think it is because I've heard them and they're not the same type of digital stuff. But definitely if it's something not amateur radio, it has to be out of the 10-meter band. I can tell you that. Matt thinks he needs a nap. Take care. Always nice to have you on board, my friend. Stay safe. Shortwave Archive. It always seems many things, including radio, become more relaxed starting in the early 70s. Brad Shaver Show, what are you having for dinner in North Illinois? I'm sure they will deliver. Pizza. Tonight is pizza. Craig Martinetti, nice to have you here. Talking about pizza, I'll just do a little self-promotion again. You have, of course, the Super Chat if you want to give a little tip. It's not always the same people to give tips. If you like what I do, if you're here all the time, you find that it's one of your essential things in life, being here and talking radio, sharing radio, listening to the radio. A lot of hours that I spend here, not just doing the live show, but making a lot of videos and, having a lot of information for you guys. Think about it. It takes my time. It costs money for me to do this. The internet, all of that. Computers I have changed all the time. Don't forget about it. Nothing's free in life. And it's always fun to be here. Think about this going away tomorrow morning, never coming back. I think a lot of you would miss it. And, of course, PayPal, if you want to send the Pizza Fund. Here, I'll call it Pizza Fund. Pizza Fund. If you want to share and help me in my pizza fund tonight. How about paying for a little pizza for all the enjoyment that you have? Not a bad idea, eh? And not too much money spent. Spent for having a great time, actually. So thanks, everybody, for the donation. Don't forget, it's always the same people that donate. I know not everybody can, and that is fine. And you don't have to, send $100. Any amount, even if it's just $1, is fine. Don't worry about it. Okay? Thanks for all your donations, and thanks for being here, guys. Love you all. Okay, let's continue. A thermal nuclear clock. I remember building a clock in the 80s that had a thermistor, they call them. Those they vary depending on temperature of the room, so that they can adjust electronics. So that clock I had purchased, it was a kit. I had built it. It was working fine. It was great. But my fun was to see, it's temperature compensated. How does it work? I would take the hair dryer, put it in heat, and then blow heat on it. And it's like, can it compensate for that? And I would look at the results. I had a lot of fun with that. Only people like me, geek enough, would like, temperature compensated. Where's the hair dryer? Ken Michael got some SSTV on 14230 from California via Kiwi SDR. Bill Mead, nice to have you here from Pennsylvania. This is my favorite time of the year for many reasons, including how early the 49-meter band opens. Yep. There's a lot of great signals also through the day. AI got one of the strongest signals of Voice of Korea from North Korea midday here. It was noon, which was 1700 UTC. 11710 was S9 plus 20 here. And I was like, wow. It's been a long time since I've heard that signal so strong. Mike WX50, nice to have you on board from Northwest Arkansas. VT Radio netting on 15748 also there. Yep. Radio Kid, who replaces the CR2030 batteries in the atomic clock? Well, it depends on the atomic clock, because not all of them work on the CR2032. But, yeah. That reminds me of a lot of tech duties, the CR2032. I don't know how many times I went to fix computers, and they would tell me, it's like, well, I had another tech guy that said my PC was dead and I needed to buy a new one. And I would just look at him and it's like, no, it's just that your CR2032 battery is dead. Once we replace it with a new battery, reset the clocks and everything, your PC is going to start up again. And this is where you see so many tech idiots that know nothing about computers. What time were you listening to RNZ in the 16-meter band the other day? I've been having a hard time finding it lately. Radio Kid, 04 UTC, 05 UTC. But let's say 04 UTC. It was about the time I was listening to it. 0405 here on the East Coast. And it was really strong. Yep, definitely Brad Shaver. There's always that rule that comes out all the time. When I have fun one night, don't talk politics or religion, and you'll see you'll have a great time with friends. Yeah, our Radio New Zealand, you know what's happening, Radio Kid, is that Radio New Zealand doesn't cater to us, it caters to the Pacific. They are, in fact, getting into summer, which makes 17675 even better for them with high solar activity because days are longer. So, it's not like a station that just wants to, to broadcast to your target area where they need to search for that perfect frequency, Brad Shaver, thank you so much. Always fun to have you here. Definitely. So let's see here. Let's go down. Okay. Kim Michael 990 kilohertz 4RO. QLND Australia. Cool. Chastang, the funny thing about Radio China, an hour later, I'm hungry for more. It's like Chinese food. Yeah, it's, China Radio, that round table thing that they do, it isn't that bad. It is actually listenable. KW61, China Radio now has more transmitters than staff. That might be the problem. Shortwave Archive, the broadcast in this like Polish and German and Portuguese from CRI are the same 1-hour program they created years ago. The Polish broadcast is the same since 2017. Wow. Makes you wonder, why do you keep all of those transmissions if it's not important for you? Yep, a lot of transmitters, absolutely. Shortwave Archive wants to send me an SSTV of a pizza. You can if you want. Oh, God. Thank you. Oh, God. I'm splurging and having a pizza tonight, says Chaz Tank. VT Radio, after we saw Back to the Future in 85, there was a DeLorean in the parking lot. Great coincidence. I'm your density. I like that one. I like it when he approaches all clumsy and is like, I'm your density. It's like, oh, come on. The more loser than that you can't beat. It's just so funny. Oh, God. I like when they meet the first time, and it's the father gets like a little bullied by Biff and his gang, and they get outside the restaurant, and they're 1955, of course. And he runs out and says, "Hey, Dad, Daddy-o, you in the bike?" It's like, yeah, you don't know how to call him because he's like, he doesn't know who you are. Mike WX50, leftover chicken nachos for me. Good stuff. Okay, I'll be there in about, I don't know, 4 hour 4 hour plane. That would have been, WKRP would not, Chastang, WKRP would not have fit for a very simple reason. It was more like a late 70s show, even though it did go into the 80s. But a Radio Shack shirt would have been definitely a good one, too. Absolutely. Didn't even think about it, too. Mike Jam, one night long ago, you did a scan night when reception was amazing. So many people adding their inputs. Well, we can do one. I'm going to actually set up a little something so you guys can hear what I hear. And maybe we can actually do a little scan on a couple of bands. 25 meters has been pretty amazing at this time. So, Jean needs money to pay the Pizza Hut. Pizza for everyone. It's Oprah time. Jim Gordon, concerning CGTN radio, they seem to regularly repeat the same program. News is about the only new program or stuff about their current leader. Yeah. Maybe they're less and less interested in making actual programming. Jean Arrache, do they make radios with synchronized clocks? Yeah, usually they use RDS. So if you have a radio that has the radio data system, the RDS on FM, often they will want you to synchronize with that. So if the radio station you're listening to on FM does have RDS clock, if you turn that on your radio, your clock will be synchronized due to the FM station you're listening to. So the clock is always perfect. If you do have, like the XH Data D808 has that feature, Quartersen, a lot of radios with RDS can synchronize your clock, but using a local FM station with RDS. Okay, Michael, OBC, Osaka Broadcasting Company, is on 1315 kilohertz. I'll just try to find this again. In Japanese. Wow. VT Radio. I'm not going to go on 40 because 40 I have a lot of feedback here, and I'm just look. What I'm going to do is I'll do a little something here. First of all, start the computer with FT8. So I'm just going to start the computer and start the software, and we'll see what we can do. What else do we have? Let's go down. Battery to the extra. I would say some IT techs know when the clock stops working on PC. All it needs is a new battery. But they want to rip off unknowing customers by saying a new PC is needed. Yeah, I guess there's part of that. But I've seen a lot of part of it is total ignorance of idiots. So, okay, give me time, guys. I'm starting the PC. I'm going to put my the software on, and I got down a rabbit hole here, and we're going to try something. Checkpoint Charlie, nice to have you here from the UK. Ken Michael, Radio New Zealand, is on 9700 kilohertz. John Vargoshi says, I wish they made a digital Radio Mondial on radios in North America. Yeah. WF7I Homebrew says I could try FT8 also. Okay, I'm starting all this stuff. Let's try something soon. Okay, Michael, Radio Peking. Yeah, Radio Peking. Oh, man. Robert Varner, pizza, and beer. Yeah, that's the way to go. Saturday night. Come on. What do we have here? Charlie Whiskey Lima, recommendation for a shortwave receiver that costs less than $300. It depends what you want to do. Texan S2200X is an amazing radio. It's a big radio, but it depends what you want. And that, because there's a lot of choice of radios that fit that description. Do you want single sideband? Do you want to have the airband, to listen to airports and planes around you? That will change the radio you're going to buy. Depends what you want. There's no, when somebody tells me what's the best radio, no, it depends what you want. Tell me what you want to listen to, what bands you want to have. The best radio is different depending on what your needs are. You know? Chastang, I still like the night you called the Coast Guard number and that female coastie talked to you with you on the air. That was fun. That one surprised me. I don't know if you noticed, but when she answered, I had a little pause. I was like, I thought I would get some voice box or something. And she answers. I was like, okay, who am I speaking to? It surprised me totally that night. But it was definitely something fun. And the worst part, and that was the greatest, is when I looked the next day and in the comments on the YouTube channel, she posted a comment saying, thank you so much. You made my night yesterday. It was just so much fun. And I was like, this is so cool. I mean, how many calls does she get, honestly? I don't think she gets a lot of them. But that was like, just so funny. We should do it more. Maybe I should call some U.S. Coast Guard number that I see on the screen when we listen to, like, U.S. Coast Guard broadcast or something. But that was definitely so cool. It was like, when I hung up, I was like, okay, this was nice. And she was great because when I told her she was on YouTube live and we were a bunch of geeks listening to the radio, she was very willing to participate. That also could have been a very different thing. I could have had somebody that just doesn't care and is like, well, you shouldn't be on YouTube live with me or whatever. No, she was like the greatest girl. She just like, oh, okay, cool. Well, hey, everybody. She was really, really into it. I guess, she was like, well, you know what? This is a fun change to my boring work night where nothing happens, something new, something different. But it was definitely so cool. I remember a lot of comments the next day. It's like, wow, you got guts. You called the number and it's like, yeah. It's like, I was surprised, but hey, I'm live. I'm not going to hang up. And how about just go with the flow? Like, who are you? And, tell us who we are. And she explained so well who she was, why it existed, what they were doing, what was the purpose of all of it. She was like all thrilled that we were listening to the Iqaluit Nunavut, Navtex transmissions on our radios. I'm pretty sure that she didn't even know that a lot of geeks like us do this. And she was like, oh, wow, this is so cool. VT Radio, my Radio Shack DX398 has RDS and will synchronize the clock. True. No, because not all the stations have clock info. A lot of stations do not have clock information. So a lot of stations will not synchronize. Okay, Michael, what do you think of the new Shoyoung 90, LC90? Look, it's a tough, how should I explain it? It depends who you are and what you're looking for. I bashed it. I was like a little negative, a lot negative on it on my first review. But they fix stuff, and they actually fix stuff all the time. And as it's getting better, they removed the birdies. I came to a point where it's become one of the radios I kind of love. I love the hybrid radio. I love the idea of an hybrid radio. I'm going to listen to the shortwave, nothing interesting. Hey, let's go and stream the BBC on the smart radio side, on the internet radio. It's kind of cool. I really, really like it for that. And, more improvements are coming. They're supposed to fix SSB. They're going to add RDS on FM. I mean, the company's so proactive. How can you not be positive about that radio and what they do when the company itself is trying to please us? Like I've never seen a company coming back to us and being in different groups and saying, okay, you got that problem or you got that thing. Okay, we're going to look at it. Can you tell us why and where you have that problem and how, so they can fix it? It's. I've never seen a company being so proactive. Imagine if Ethon with that big, very expensive Ethon HD radio would have been proactive like that. Instead, you know what they did? Crap, no more production. I don't think we'll see another Ethon radio soon. I think these guys have decided, that's it. We did this expensive thing that is a big flop, and we're not doing anything else. Well, Shoyoung wants to do something. They want to help us make it better. I think that's great. RJ Dakota. Yeah, I don't turn on either because I don't want to have my clocks messed because I put UTC time on it usually. So let me go down as fast as I can. Sheila Lesson, nice to have you here, Sheila, from Belleville, Ontario. Nice to have you on board. What else? Let's go down as fast as possible. Okay, Michael, lunch and radio always makes my day. Yeah. Charlie Whiskey Lima, airband is important. So that would mean you could get something like, it's not super expensive, but it's great. Anything from like so you can get, if you want to have it expensive, the Texan S2200X. So Texan S. It's a big radio. If you like big radios, that has airband, and it's very, very nice. Or less expensive, you'll have, XH Data D808. If you're looking for analog style, it's tough to find because I think it's not in production anymore. The Texan PL680 is one of them, but there's quite a few good, interesting stuff in there. Okay. Check it out. Trying to go down here. Bob's old record. My ex was from Nunavut. I guess that's what you're trying to say. Ricky says it's so annoying when broadcasters don't set their clocks. Also a problem for some digital TV, broadcast TV in Canada. Yeah. So you're on 20 FT8. Okay, let me go on 20 FT8. Okay, Mad Radio DXer is on 40 FT8. Okay, I'm going there now. Okay, we're what? Okay, I'm going to go to 40 and try to see if I can get your call M7EIW. Call CQ on 40, and we're gonna try it. Okay, here we go. I'm going to start the software, and we're going to try. My problem on 40 is noise, so I might not see you. Or even better, if you want to call me directly, M7 EIW. Okay. Actually, call me directly. Put my call sign so I can. It's going to actually be different from the rest of the waterfall if you want, or just call CQ M7 EIW. I'm gonna search for you. I put myself at 50 watts right now, so I'm gonna see. Casper Peterson. Anything you can do on a radio, you can do on a smartphone in some way. Actually, when you think about it. Yeah, some of it, but not all of it. So I'm there monitoring, guy. So noisy here, I'm getting almost only American stations. You're on even or odd? Are you calling me directly? Okay. Hey, Boston Patriot. Nice to have you here. I'm going to try something, M7 EIW, Mad Radio DXer. I'm going to call you to see if you hear me, because I don't see anything here. So M7 EIW. M7 EIW. So I'm transmitting even, and I'm calling you. And you guys can hear there's a hum in the audio. That's because of my earphones. L Cookie, yes, do ask a question. Bob's All Record just bought an MLA 30 Plus next antenna this week. Kai, cool. So let me know if you see my calling you M7 EIW. A little amateur radio experiment. And then we'll go into a 5-meter. How about that, you guys? Want to have that? Nothing. Yeah, I know. That's why I don't want to transmit on 40. It affects my audio console here. So I'm on 20 now. If you guys want to try something on 20 with FT8, let me know. We'll see if it works. I was using 50 watts to try on 40. I would have tried 100, but I don't want to mess up my live show because I know that it could mess it up. Lowtech42, nice to have you here. It's been a while. How do you protect your SDR radio's antenna inputs from your iPower ham radio antenna output? It's simply distance. The only antenna in the backyard is my ham radio antenna. So all the other receive antennas are in the front, which gives them like 30 feet distance at least. So that distance is enough that it doesn't, I will see a difference. I will see that the power level or the sensitivity of the radios go down because it's intense, but it's far enough that it doesn't, do any problem. No problem, VT Radio. Take care, Chastank. Always nice to have you here. Cool to have you on board, guys. So, we're going to tune the 25 meter band. We're going to wait at 2300. Yeah, I messed up. And we're going to tune the 25 meter band together. So just checking out if anybody has checked in through email, because sometimes you never know. Okay, seems to be okay here. So we're going to tune the bands on 25 meters, see what's on. What do I have? Kevin Michael been using a Philips radio for medium wave DX, been working great. Cool. Shortwave archive. Can you transmit on an MLA30? No, because it's an amplified antenna. You're just gonna blow it away. But there are antennas that are made for it. Like the W6 LVP loop that I purchased, that I don't use anymore, pretty much. If I knew that I became a ham, because I wasn't a ham when I purchased it, they have a transmit version of it, which would have been kind of nice because it would have been a loop antenna lowering my noise. Maybe 40 meters would have been better. And I would have been able to transmit with it and do contacts possibly. So they have a version of the W6 LVP loop that is actually a made for amateur radio. So that would have been, kind of nice. And, that's the way it is. Sometimes you don't have all that you want, but I'm in all the, negative of all the noise. Part of it is kind of nice because my infed is good above, 10 megahertz. So 20, anything like 30, 20, 17, 15, and 10 meters, just amazing. So I can't complain that much about it. This is the best I'm in the middle of a city. So this is the best I can, actually, So thanks, guys, for the donation. By the way, I just noticed that PayPal had a few donations. Thank you so much for the donations, guys. So, it's the way it is. I mean, you do your best. I wish I would have, better reception and better possibilities. But that's life. And life is the way it is. Anything else? Let's check it out. Okay. Just gonna go down, go down, go down. Okay. Anything else I missed? Vicky Pelletier. Comment puis-je envoyer un montant sans passer par PayPal? You can, so if it's not PayPal, here you have in the chat room Super Chat. You can click on that and send through that. So there's a little dollar, kind of a dollar sign at the bottom of the chat room. The other thing is, si t'es au Canada, t'es Gatineau, a regular check, just write to me, official, or we can, if you want, work it out for an Interact e-transfer. What you could do, well, that would be work. Interact e-transfer. Just use the official Shortwave radio email, and you can do, if you do it, Interact e-transfers. So you just send me an amount of money through the email. And when I get your email, your message, I'll just click and deposit in the bank account. That works for anywhere. So you can try that, or write in that email and tell me, well, I want to send you a check. Since you're in Canada, it's fine. You can send me a check from your bank, and I'll just deposit it on my bank account. So in Canada, it's kind of easy because everything works. But yeah, you can do all of that. WF7LHT. Yeah, well, you know what? I purchased the W6LVP loop. And, with Canadian dollar not being that high, it cost me about 500 Canadian dollars, a lot of freaking money. And I never would have purchased it if I had known that the $40 MLA30 is as good, because it is. But I'm happy to have it for a very simple reason, because if somebody says, well, the MLA30 is crap compared to the expensive ones, I can tell you, well, I got the expensive one. So I know what I'm talking about, instead of just saying something that I don't know anything about. But it's very expensive, absolutely. Justin G, nice to have you here. We have anything else here? What else we have? What else we have? Hi, Jay Dakota. Back in the 70s, in the evenings, I used to go for walks and listen to Voice of Greece, Radio RSA, Springbok Radio. Came in later in the evening. It was always a great time. I did have a larger portable. Yeah, there's so much stuff back in the days. I mean, you had to actually, like Radio Kid says, but you actually had to choose what you're going to listen to. There were too many different broadcasts, honestly. Rotten Animal, when I was working, we took our clocking from satellite. The clocking was inserting in all communications in Canada to sync up all the switches. Well, I'm on 20, so if you want to try it, WF7 Iombra, I'm on 20. Just call me direct so I can see you, and I'll answer back. I'm on 20 right now. So what did I see here? A year ago, you purchased that QRM Eliminator box. Did you ever try it? Yeah, I did try it. After finding all the cables, because it's freaking complicated. You got to have all the cables and an extra antenna that checks the noise around you. I can't say I'm that satisfied, and maybe I should try it again. For me, those things are not sure. I'm not sure. I get better results with digital noise reduction and like my Yesu or one of those, like the Malahide, than I do with using that extra box there, honestly. I'm going to take off the air. I don't need the earphones. I'm not listening to anything. Put it there. Okay, Bert. Cool. I'm on 20, so you just call. I'll answer back. And after we do that call in 5 minutes, we'll tune the bands a little bit and see if what we hear. I'm gonna actually put the camera closer here so you can see the frequency. I'm tuning on the Yesu, and we'll do a 25 meter band scan. What else? Brad Shaver, hopefully you can recommend a loop antenna. Well, just for listening, the MLE30 is pretty amazing. Radio Kid has the RCI intro tune. You mean that da 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 da? Is that the one that you have in your head? That's in my head. You know, I remember Bill Means having a beer from Chambly. Oh, is that a Unibrew? I had a lot of those in the past. The Unibrew beers are a lot of them are great. But I you know, you guys know, and we see it when we have songs or places sometimes. You know, when our brain freezes on a moment in the past, and we just, for a brief second or two, all of our being is, it's as if we just traveled through time for that exact moment. The feels are there, the smells are there, everything's just right in place, like if we were back in that era. And there's a few things that over time I've heard on shortwave or on the internet of old broadcasts that just bring me back to, oh man, I got to feel in the senses of 1987 when I heard that. It's intense. It's really intense. Yeah, Radio RSA is also for me. RJ Dakota. That one, Radio Kid, yeah. I mean, it had, it's like that was like da 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 da, and it had that like joyful beat to it, and it was like, this is Radio Canada International. We're broadcasting to South Asia on 17445 and on 21785. It was like that kind of intro. As a Canadian, Radio Canada was there. It was part of my life, Radio Canada International. But you don't realize. Oh, I'm going to answer back. I see a call. So you don't realize how. So that, I'm just going to show you guys that red line here if you see a red line, it's very, very difficult to see on the camera. That red line here is Bert, WF7I, calling me. So, I'm going to need to change. Just going to see if I'm not on a... Yeah, I'm just going to move a little. I'm going to move a little just up to be in a spot where there's nothing. In case don't get me that well. But, so. WF7I, I'm answering back. You can minus 17 here. Kim Michael, I viewed CBC North on my notebook via TV app, Channel 2, and I have Curacao card with Bears Canada Nature. La Fin du Monde, that's a strong beer. It's almost as strong as what I'm drinking. It's a 9%. I'm seeing you, but you're not hearing me, I guess. Try another spot here. We'll see if it works. Try another spot. I moved up to a spot where it's very, very empty, so we'll see. We'll see how it works. Because I do see you. Of course, we don't have the same amount of power, but I do see you. See if it works. Yep, I see you calling me, but it seems that you don't hear me. Oh well, that's the way it is. We'll make it at some point. I pumped up to 100 watts to see, but yep, doesn't seem like. Oh well, we tried. Okay, let's tune 25 meters. You guys want to tune 25 meters? Let's go from 11,000 to 12,000. Let me just put the proper wires in place. I'm going to change here. And we're going to go to 11,000. Oh, La Blanche de Chambly is great. Absolutely. It's one of those Belgian ales, and it's really, really good. Robert Varner just worked HK3EA in Colombia. Cool. Cool. Yeah, I got the app on Android, James. So let me try to do something here. So take that. Just want to see if we can do something with this. It's a little short. Put this here. It reaches. So here we go. Let's tune the bands a little. See what's out there. And I'm just going to put the camera so you guys could easily see the screen here where I'm tuning the bands. Just going to check out first if we can hear. Put this down. Okay, let's try that. You guys hearing the static? 11780 should be Radio Nacional Amazonas, Brazil. So let's start 11,000 kilohertz and go up slowly. I'm starting an upper sideband because the first 500 kilohertz is mostly utilities. Let's see what's out there. I will put the level here. So let's see what's out there. Seems very quiet. I don't know if there's some weird conditions happening. Oh, it's a bit of on this one. Yeah, there's a little bit of dust in the connectors.
Mark 79, change 2343, power next, field 9.1, plus 337.
It's 11396. New York radio. It's air traffic control. So New York radio air traffic control, 11396.
The water there's a little bit of a strange routing here. We're only on it for the one district work. So I just need a frequency going back and see. All 35, all flying booking gate, 638, 27.
So that was New York radio with the North Atlantic Ocean air traffic control. You just heard what is, you just heard tones which are tones of the cell call, selective calling.
And New York JetBlue 1168.
It's kind of cool to hear air traffic control over the Atlantic Ocean. So now we're in the 25 meter band. I'm going to be in AM mode and see what's in the 25 meter band. So there's something in Mandarin Chinese on 11600. So at this time, 11600 Should be. That's okay. This is interesting. I'm gonna try something here. So this frequency at this time, the only thing that's on it is the Sound of Hope from Taiwan, which I doubt what this is. Is that? Oh, I see. Okay, although I missed out on this. So here we have at this time CNR1 Jammer Fire Drake. So this is China jamming on 11600. What do we have here? RJ Dakota 11780. Fun station to listen to. Yeah, absolutely. Ken Michael, Chinese CRI. K161, Earring 11396 in Tucson, Arizona. Cool. SWATcast 11396. S6 on East County Com GP5. Cool. Pretty cool. $11,750. China National Radio 1, apparently. And if you hear that there's this low bass signal, it's probably Radio Voz Missionaria because it's often a little off frequency. $11,780, very strong. Brazil with some music. Saturday nights is often very cool to listen. If you like Brazilian music, they have a lot of stuff. It's pretty cool. Well, it sounds English. 11790. It is English. It's China Radio International on 11790. Direct from China to Southeast Asia. $11,810. So I would guess by what I'm hearing, 11810 right now is China National Radio 8 in Mongolian. Radio Marti from the United States on 11930 to Cuba.
Hay casos de familiares que tienen dos presos políticos y a los dos los ubican en prisiones diferentes. Imagínense el sacrificio.
Yeah, 11790 that I had, kind of weak, but I did notice it was English. You guys on the West Coast probably have it a lot better.
En este resumen de fin de semana de Marte Noticias AM, también
realmente en el observatorio Mauna Loa en Hawái. Pues estos valores son
12030, I believe, is Radio Exterior
los que se
España.
han registrado durante los últimos 800.000 años de historia del planeta. Entonces, este tipo de estudios paleoclimáticos también nos sirve para contextualizar el actual cambio climático.
Vamos a ver porque esto...
Spain, in Spanish, 12030.
Presentes del cambio climático e impacto humano en la geoquímica de la superficie terrestre en áreas libres de hielo de la Antártida. Bajo este larguísimo título se ha desarrollado el proyecto GeoChem.
That's pretty much it. Let's go to 22 meter band. Let's start at 13,000 kilohertz. And we're going to go up to the 20 meter band, 14,000. So 13,030, 13,031, 32. Stanag, which is a digital mode. So, this one is always a mystery for a lot of people. 13,560. Look what I'm hearing. And I'm sure if you all tune 13,560, you will all hear something. Why? Because this is the scientific instrumentation band. 13,560 has all sorts of devices, medical devices, all sorts of scientific instrumentation. They are, for the most part, local to you. If you have a hospital near, if you have a clinic near, the machines, the machinery, the scientific instruments, they all beep and tone and do stuff. It's also an RFID frequency, 13,560. You should always see something there. Vicky, OK. Je vais t'en envoyer une plus simple. Essaie celle-là qui est mon email principal. Ça va peut-être être plus facile que tout le... Donc, normalement, par transfert Interact, tu envoies à cette adresse-là. So, if you hear stuff, it's normal. Everybody hears something there. It's not anything DX. It's something that is local to you from some RFID or scientific instrumentations. 13,560. Meter band, what's out there?
Water's troubled. So first,
WWCR. This is surprising. I'm surprised that there's not more signals. Propagation must be a little trouble today. There usually is better than that.
To put me in the pool.
There we go. We're at 20 meters. So let's tuning a band around. Let me just unplug this for a second. Hope you guys enjoyed that. We always, yeah, 13,560 is just above the Codar frequencies. Absolutely. Yeah, different gear TV. It's all sorts of instrumentation. It's pretty interesting. Yep, RJ Dakota, definitely. Oh, you should have stuff on 13560. Unless you live in a very rural area where there's not a lot around you. 13560 should, but remember, it's all low power stuff. So if the noise is too high and you do have things, it's possible it's washed out in the noise also. Definitely. So, it's kind of interesting. It's kind of interesting to see what's out there and listen to the bands. So we've been on for 3 hours and 30 minutes. You guys want a little bit of nostalgia? Do we want to have a little bit of interval signals or broadcasts of the past before we leave? How about it? I still have some beer. I have a beer to finish. So how about we have to finish this before we go off the air. You guys okay with that? And it's possible. In the West Coast, there's a lot of stuff that you will not hear on the East Coast for sure. Jasmine, RFIDs on 13560. As we have, so nice to have you here, Jasmine. UTV and Ham, KD9 WNV, nice to have you here. Yeah, it's past 13705. If we look at 13705, I'll tell you immediately what you could hear right now. 13705. At this time, you're hearing Radio Japan. It's Radio Japan, NHK Radio Japan, broadcasting in Vietnamese to Southeast Asia from the Yamata transmitter site. So that's possibly what you're hearing, Radio Japan. You might actually be hearing their interval signals soon, that 13705. No, they aren't very powerful, that's for sure. Bert has a few burritos to eat, so got to take my time. Moscow Nights, I'm going to end with Moscow Nights, Robert, okay? Promise. Program is too fast. I know, but it's how can it be too fast when you do 4 hours? I mean, 4 hours. So, The funniest thing, J Projects, I've got a wireless weather station that has a get your email. Oh, Vicky, it's not complicated. It's not that complicated. Put a question. You know what? Just put a question, a simple question, okay? And in the answer, just put 5,000. 5000. C'est pas compliqué. Tu fais juste envoyer et ce que tu fais, c'est mets ta question, quel est le chiffre ou le nombre et écris 5000. 5000. C'est tout. Je vais connaître la réponse, ça va tout de suite fonctionner. C'est plus simple qu'un chèque. C'est pas compliqué. OK? Alors, fais juste m'envoyer le email et écris quel est le nombre et je vais répondre 5000. C'est ça la réponse. Écris 5000. 5000. C'est tout. So, well, nobody understood what I was saying except a few of you. It's going to be simple. C'est plus simple comme ça. Si tu veux absolument un chèque, OK, mais c'est plus simple comme ça. OK. what do we have here? What we were saying? Oh, yeah, I'm supposed to have all sorts of okay, so let's go here. Do you guys remember? You know, one thing I'd like to do is a kind of a quiz show one day, but it's difficult because I don't want people cheating, searching on the internet. You know, I want to have quick answers. Maybe when, you know, the other day I was looking at something, and I thought that I may do some kind of contest because I could send you a radio. I've noticed that I have one radio that I have in 4 copies. I don't need 4 of them. I thought, you know, maybe it's time to send a radio to somebody. So you know, I'm going to check into that, and it could be a nice little contest, some kind of, I don't know, knowledge, shortwave contest of some sort. I don't know. I don't know yet what it's going to be, but I think it'd be cool. Maybe at the Christmas show. That would be like a Christmas gift. Would be nice. So let's check it out here. So do you guys remember an interval signal that was harsher back in the day, but was softened down later on? So let me check if I can get the correct one. Yeah, this is going to be okay. So I want to know if you guys know what is this? If I can find it. Oh, Mad Radio DXer, we will. I can tell you that. We will make a contact. So ready, guys? What is... Oh, I lost it. Oh, it's back. No, that's not the one I wanted. Oh, here we go. Okay. Here we go, guys. What is this interval signal, guys? Can somebody tell me? Let's start it again. I want to know what this one is, guys. Who's going to have it? No, it's not Radio Tirana, and it's not Duran Duran. Yeah, what was this one? Warsaw. Patrick Fitzpatrick knows what it is. RJ Dakota, Poland. Yes, it was Radio Polonia back in the day. That in the communist era when Poland was in the communist regime. They changed it to a softer one after that. But it was like Radio Tirana. It was like a harsh, you know, it's like the piano is like played with a madman or something. It's pretty crazy. But yep, it's Poland for all of you that he got it, guys. Pretty cool. That's pretty nice. Now, Radio Tirana is even worse. Radio Tirana is like, whoa. With a pickaxe and what was it? The pickaxe and whatever, the forked left or something. Man. Jasmine, glad you're taking a contest. Remember that suggestion that years ago? Yeah. Yep. It's okay. So that was Radio Polonia, which was a pretty rough one. So somebody Low Tech 42 wants an AI to take over for the rest of the night because it has to continue. I'm not sure the AI is going to be as, like, you know, there as I am. Oh, man. Okay. So, what else do we have? So, for the question about the purpose of interval signals, remember that back in the 70s and 80s, having a frequency display where you could see like this, the frequency you're tuned to, was not very common. Only people with IN radios had that. The portables were mostly analog. And most people that had a shortwave radio had an analog portable. So you have to find the station that you want to listen to. How do you do that when you don't have you don't really know where you're tuning to? My DX100, for example, when I got it, I mean, it says, there's a little roll and says, this is 9,500 kilohertz, this is 10,000 kilohertz, and there's a blank in the middle. It's like, where am I? If I'm here, where am I exactly? You didn't know where you were. So stations had interval signals that they would play for a certain amount of time. And what happened is, I'm just curious, guys, this is weird. Did my picture change? Just out of curiosity? Oh, no, it's fine. Okay. So anyways, back in the day, they needed to wait for you to find a station. And how do you do it? Well, let's have a little tune that repeats all the time that it's us. So that tune you just heard is Radio Polonia. You wanted to hear Radio Polonia? Well, find that tune at the time they're going to be on the air in that frequency range. So you would slowly, it was painful, you'd slowly tune each channel until you heard your interval signal of the station you wanted to hear, and then you'd leave it there. So they had that for a few minutes so that you can find them. Today, it's not needed much because today everybody, or pretty much even inexpensive radios, have a display. So you don't really search for station, you just punch in the frequency. But back in the 70s, 60s, 70s, and 80s, a lot of people were not punching frequencies. They were tuning an analog dial that was very, whatever, not very accurate. And you'd be tuning, and trying to find what you want to hear. It was crazy. Crazy times when you think about it. When I had my first radio, the Radio Shack DX302, my first radio that had a frequency display. Oh, God. That was like heaven. That was like... Now I know I can... now I can tune and know that I'm hearing it or not hearing it. And imagine searching for stations on an analog. You had this book or you were on a club and it's like, okay, radio, I don't know, Radio Netherlands was on that frequency. Okay, but I've never heard it before. Am I going to hear it? So you didn't know what the interval signal was most of the time when you didn't know the station, and you had to tune slowly. It was like, there's Radio Netherlands. It's supposed to be here somewhere. And you'd go through all the English stuff. Here, you would spend an hour listening to English language broadcasts, which was not Radio Netherlands, just to see if you can hear Radio Netherlands. It drives you nuts. So this is why interval signals were important, and learning the interval signals at every station became the important thing. I remember Radio RSA in South Africa. That, it's like, okay, I'm going to search for that song with the little birds. And I know I'm in South Africa, It was something. I mean, analog radio tuning was just crazy. Crazy. Man. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of IN radios did not have a digital readout. It was crazy. It was so difficult to find anything on just a dial with a needle that is totally inaccurate. And that's not counting the fact that the radio itself, when it was built, might have been totally off. And you don't know about it, I'm tuning 13,000 kilohertz, but no, you're actually tuning 14,500. It's completely off. It's not tuned right. you know? It was crazy. Mike WX50, I think digital readout didn't really start showing up on consumer shortwave radios until the late 70s or so. Yeah. I mean, I remember looking into catalogs and wondering, oh God, I'd love to have one of those radios that has a readout to know what I'm tuning. You know, I remember being laughed at. I'll give you one here. I was laughed at. And one night, one of my uncles that doesn't think that I'm receiving stations from all over the world comes over. And I start tuning around and I hear an English broadcast. I didn't hear the interval signal. And after I tell my uncle, this is South Africa. And after like 10 minutes, they're IDing us, this is Radio Canada International. And like, he starts laughing, says, yeah, you're not hearing the world on that thing. I was so embarrassed. And so it's like, yes, I am. Yes, I am hearing the world. Dang it. I'm on the wrong frequency. Oh, man, how so frustrating that was. It's like, and your uncle telling you, it's like, you're not getting the world on that thing. It's like, I'm like 13-year-old guy that was like, oh, God, if I could just show you something. And I was tuning all night trying to find something. And I was like, oh, man, he's never going to believe I'm listening to the world on this thing. Oh, God. KW61, I built a 100 kilohertz crystal oscillator or Radio Shack at a P-Box kit. Yeah. Mine WX50, add-on digital readouts were produced for an analog radios back in the day. I think Guilford made. Yeah, I remember seeing some of those. Absolutely. Back in the day. Guilford Shortwave. Oh, man. RJ Dakota, easier to find interval signal than to scramble through frequencies, especially when at that time you could stumble upon 15 different English broadcasts while tuning. But yet, you know, that was the day. You just play with the rules. And, you know, put also in context, because people that maybe have seen shortwave now don't understand, well, you know, there's 17 stations. How hard can it be to find? No. In 1982, every 5 kilohertz space of a broadcast band had something on it. Of those, in North America, 40% of them were English. It was truly complicated to find a station. Not like today. Today, even without interval signals, yeah, I got a 19-meter band. There are 8 signals in North America. Oh, here's radio whatever. Not back then. That's also why you needed a good radio with selectivity that could actually separate those stations. That's crazy. Richard Myers had the Alicrafters S120 as a first receiver. Hey, you know what, guys? You guys are reminding me about something. I'm going to put it down in a note. The local flea market is open tomorrow. It opens only Saturday, Sunday. There's this guy that has tons of great old tube receivers. I need to go there. He's like, 20 minutes away from here, walking distance. I need to go there tomorrow. I haven't been there in more than a year, and I love going there because it's a real old-time flea market. It's like you get in there, and you got another era of technology and stuff. So all sorts of things. I mean, not just electronic stuff. It's like people are selling, kitchen tools and stuff from like 1950, and you're like, what's that? What do you do with that? It's like, and I mean, I want to go there tomorrow, and I will ask permission for the guy if I could just make a video of his radios. I think it would be cool. I think you guys would love to see. I mean, the radios there, it's just amazing. And radios are not stable. Absolutely, Kev Michael. A lot of radios, the DX100 was drifting away all the time. Oh, dang, that was complicated. Oh, yeah, a Radio Kid, I agree with you. I would love to have that problem of too many foreign broadcasts in English. Absolutely. And in French, too, because I was both, English and French. I had twice the trouble of you guys. I had to go through this thing. It was crazy. Oh, man. WF7I Homebrew. I also had the DX100 experiences. I remember just trying to use the included guide. I think it came with the owner's manual to find stations, and I'm sure it was way out of date, no internet. Oh yeah, that listing was pretty much useless. You had to find some other way to get frequencies. Jasmine, what I still don't understand was where shortwave radio is just more common in 82 or what? There were more people listening to shortwave in the 60s, 70s, and 80s than today. Now, how much more? And this is where it's interesting as a debate. When I did my French class lesson on my hobby, we were a class of 32 kids of my age, which was, maybe 15 years old? No one knew what shortwave was. Of all the kids there, no one. So, it's very interesting because as an experiment, I'd like to know if there could be a survey through the ages, through the that century. How many people actually knew shortwave radio was a thing? Because we always say that today in 2024, ask anybody in the street, nobody knows what it is. Well, I can tell you in 1982, anybody in the street didn't know what it is. So it's very interesting. I find that experiment, what was the percentage of people that listened to shortwave through the ages? Was there a peak? Was there a peak in the 40s, 50s? Second World War? And it's gradually went down? Or what's the percentage? I'm curious about that because anybody that talks about shortwave, nobody knows anybody that knows about anything. Whether you're in the 80s or the 70s or the 60s. But obviously there were more people listening back then than probably are today. It's an interesting question. But the fact that manufacturers were there, it does show that there were more people listening to radio, shortwave radio, back in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. But then again, you're going to tell me, yeah, but there's like 200 tons of radios giving out every day from China with shortwave on them today. Maybe more than the 80s ever had. Yeah. Okay, touche, I know. I understand. So it's very complex. It's like, I'd like to have, how can we get real interesting statistics on that? Because whatever age you are, you're all going to tell me, yeah, I was pretty much alone listening to shortwave in my day. Whether you did it in the 50s, the 80s, or in 2024. And that's what makes it very funny for me, very interesting. It's like, what? Well, okay, I'm going to tell you one thing, Jasmine. That was not the case. There were people listening in. Actually, I'll give you an example of what I know from a interesting interview. In the 80s and 70s, there was a constant flow of letters going to stations. So there was a lot more people listening to shortwave back in the day. There was an interview with one of the HCJB guys of the day on Wavescan. And they could see that in the 80s and 90s, the number of letters were slowly dwindling. There was less and less correspondence with HCJB in Quito, Ecuador. But yet, there's a lot more people listening in the 80s that we know. There's a lot more people listening in the 70s that we know, and the stations knew it too. Okay? So, they were all there. Second of all, we are in a different period. We were in the Cold War. Cold War meant there were a lot of stations from the East and a lot of stations from the West. Everybody wanted to have its point of view. So everybody was on shortwave trying to verbalize where communism is good or, freedom of expression and the West is fantastic. Everybody wanted to say something about it. So shortwave was the battleground of radio for giving your ideology of what's good, what's bad. And there's a lot of people out there listening. So they weren't broadcasting to no one. They were broadcasting to a lot more people than today. Yet, it's always been something a little bit on the fringe of, you do that? You listen to shortwave? You're that dude that does that? It's kind of interesting here. Ricky says, still noisy here at home, but on VE6 ARS as the art channel, English 711790, audible with echo. So, Volodya, nice to have you here from Vancouver Island. Welcome aboard, my friend. RJ Dakota, between Radio Moscow or Peking, every other frequency was occupied. They were used by hundreds. Absolutely. At the time, absolutely. There are tons of tropical band stations. Absolutely, Blogger Die. I remember going and I had fun. I was listening to Africa would come in the late afternoons on the East Coast, then would slowly transition to Central South America as the African station would shut down for the night. It was so cool. So cool. I mean, it was just great. It's tough to explain to somebody who never lived through it. Okay, Michael, that DX100 was a crazy crap to tune on. But yet, that was my radio. And for me, it was, for a uneducated person, for me, it was the greatest radio in the world. Hey, I remember telling someone, hey, it's $100 radio. This is great. Yeah, okay. Today I was like, yeah, okay. Pretty much Andy knew pretty much all radios that came with a guide. That guide was useless. It's like frequencies were odd and no. Bob's Old Records, born in 64, shorter listener since 1975. James Farley, don't forget telephone company to shortwave and radio stations for shortwave news. Yep. UTV and a ham, KD9, WNV says, I grew up with shortwave since my family were from Yugoslavia. Spent much time listening to shows from the homeland. Yeah. And I'm sure there were countries where it was much more important than others. I'd be curious to see how many people were listening to shortwave in the Eastern Bloc countries. Maybe a lot more than on the Western side. Because they wanted to have some other prospect. Yet, it was mystery. It was, when we look at any history, serious history documentary of how crazy the communist and the Cold War era was, there are probably a lot of people on the Western side that was like, I need to listen to what the people on the other side are saying because it was crazy times. Totally crazy times. I remember in the 80s, and, I'm glad about it for one thing, because we talk about, the Cold War, which was an up and down thing. It was intense. Then there was detente, which was like relaxed. It seemed like we were going the right direction. Then we get to the 80s with Reagan and all of that, and the space war, and it's like, yeah, we're back into the crappiest thing ever. And I'm a teenager. As a teenager, living in a world where, I don't know, maybe tomorrow the bombs are going to be sent off. Because that's how we felt. We all felt like that. There was this paranoia of the bombs are going to go off at any time, and we're all going to be dead. Like I say it all the time, the best song that ever represents that era is Russians by Sting. That song is intense and represents totally the hype and the paranoia we had in the day. And if I have one positive thing to put the paranoia, I lived in the last paranoia moment of all of it, which made me realize all of that. And then you got the Chernobyl accident, and oh man. So it's difficult today to explain that to anybody because we lived through it. You can't, there's no machine that takes our life experience and can send it to somebody's brain and say, look, this is how we were. Actually, I'm sure it's better that it doesn't happen because we would traumatize all the population today. But it's really intense when you think about it. And shortwave was in the middle of all of that. I'm here today with that, and I realize how lucky I am that the pattern of life or whatever sent me to the radio side, and I loved radio, and I went through all of that and lived through all of that. I could have, I could have been with some other family or whatever that pushed me in some other direction. I would never know what shortwave is, and I would be doing something else in life. Back in 82, did I ever realize that I'd be living my life? I mean, not just off shortwave channel, of course, because it's okay monetary, but it's not. You don't live out of that. I live off of my tech channel much more, but still. In 1982, did I know that I'd be doing a live show and people would watch me and be interested in what I say? People would tell me someday you're going to be on TV because let's call it back in the day, no internet. It's like you're going to be on TV and just be that guy that everybody looks to. It's like, yeah, get out of here. It's weird when you think about it. Vicky Pelletier says, I can tell you that my father was listening in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. Yeah, you had somebody. It's cool. But not everybody did. But that's nice to see that you, Est-ce que c'est la raison pourquoi tu es ici aujourd'hui? Is that what, kept you in, and today you're here and you're curious about all of our geeks, us geeks, and what we do? Mike WX50, there were many multi-band radios back in the 70s and 80s that shortwave and as well as FM, AM, FM introduced. You guys, I saw a picture of a radio while searching through multi-band radios of the 80s and 70s. That was exactly one radio that I had, which was it was green army type radio. It was a very weird radio. It mostly had VHF, UHF. I don't recall the exact period of time I had it, It was like in the 70s, the 83, 84 era. It had shortwave on it. And one night I was listening to it, and believe it or not, I heard like a little explosion inside the radio, and everything just stopped. And I was like, okay, I guess the radio's dead. And it's sad because it was kind of an interesting radio. Ricky says, the first radio I bought with my own money, a realistic DX350, was not selective enough, even for the late 90s. It also didn't have a DX local switch either, which was a bad for shortwave and FM. Today's DX and local switch, I wish we all had that in the 80s. No radio had that, pretty much. I can tell you that. So let me just go here. Okay. Let's go down. Let's go down. Very interesting discussion, by the way, tonight of, radio and where all of this comes from. I mean, back in the day, the era of radio listening. So apparently 0.3% of all my frames have been dropped over 4 hours of show. Ricky says, my Grundig S350 that's still at my parents' house is analog tuning. And that displays that's off frequency and it drifts a lot. Yeah, I got one here. Can I get it? Can I get it? Let me see if I see it close. It would be too hard to get. I got one S350. I'll make videos this week, Ricky. Go watch them. I'm always ranting at the freaking drifting of it. It sounds awesome. Absolutely. It sounds awesome. And it looks great too. But dang. But you know why? Because that radio isn't a PLL phase lock loop radio. It's a analog radio that has a frequency counter. These all drift like crazy. Oh, man. K61, with the younger kids, even listening to radio on FM is looked down upon. Yep. No problem, Jasmine. Jean Arash, letters to shortwave stations were probably replaced by emails. Yes and no. A lot of stations do still accept letters. They will send you a paper card through mail for a letter by post. But a lot of stations do take email today and send you an EQSL. Robert Varner, back in 1968 when I was 14, all my friends had shortwave radios. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. My experience on shortwave is beginning of the 80s. So I can't talk about 60s or 70s because I wasn't there with radio. So you guys that are older than me might have more experience into what it was like back in the day. Black and Dice says, I started shortwave listening in 64. I had a Nanaola 10NT50410 transistor portable. It had long wave, medium, and 3 shortwave bands. Wow. 10 transistor radio. That was a good radio. I remember when they would say that the radio was good with the number of transistors on them. That was cool. Oh man. RJ Dakota. My uncle had a Sears branded rad, a radio that had 5-6 bands. Sears was, we overlook one thing. We talk about Radio Shack all the time. Sears was out there in the how many radios you have too. They had a lot of stuff in their catalog. That's for sure. Okay, Michael. Ruda, in the 1940s, our radio had shortwave on the dial. Then the 60s, it disappeared from our radios. The first shortwave radio I saw was from Japan. Molson. You want more Molson beer? Oh, God. Okay, Michael, my dad bought a radio with shortwave from Japan in the 1960s. Yeah. SWAT when I was stationed at Barbers Point NAS. Where's that NAS? Northern. Trying to figure out. 92, 96. I had a shortwave radio and can pick up distant station from around the world. Pretty cool. Why ZFR1 biker? I sure had a lot of fun with my DX300 back in the 80s. Well, my 302 was slightly modified, but still a DX300. That was my first radio with digital readout. DX302. Radio Tirana was the scariest thing in the world. Honestly? Hey, want to hear something scary? Let's go to Radio Tirana and hear about the death of whatever communist leader was in the day. This one is scary. Here we go. External. So our interval signal is called pickaxe and rifle. And is it here that I got that? Okay, no, I think it's here that I got that. So, Radio Tirana, with the death of whatever crazy-ass leader of the day, is Radio Tirana, death of somebody. Here we go. Radio Tirana. And where did I get the broadcast from? I don't have it. There's one that is like, is it this one? Funeral broadcast from Radio Tirana. Is that this one? Okay, let's try it out.
This is Radio Tirana. We begin our broadcast in the English language.
You even have the woodpecker in the background.
Announcement. The Central Committee of the Party of Labour of Albania, the Presidium of the People's Assembly of the People's Socialist Republic of Albania,
please no,
the Council of Ministers of the People's Socialist Republic of Albania, the General Council of the Democratic Front of Albania. Comrades, workers, collectivists, intellectuals, women and the youth of Albania, veterans of the war and compatriots.
Oh God, please.
With the deepest grief, we inform you that today, the 11th of April 1985, at 2 hours 15, the heart of the beloved and glorious leader of the party and our people,
beloved and glorious leader,
Hodja, First Secretary of the Central Committee of the Party of Labour of Albania, Chairman of the General Council of the Democratic Front of Albania, Commander-in-Chief of our armed forces, ceased to beat. The founder of our glorious party,
why don't you cry on the air?
And leader of the National Liberation War and of our People's Revolution, the architect of the construction of the new socialist Albania, departed from our ranks forever. The heroic commander of our National Liberation Army, he who created the Democratic Front and laid the foundations of the people's power, closed his eyes forever.
Closed his eyes forever. Thank God.
The work of Enver Hoxha is the living history of present-day Albania.
Oh, man.
His name is linked with all the class battles and with all the victories of the party and the Albanian people.
You know,
at all the phases which our people have...
this is too much. You know, this is why Radio Moscow should never have gone in that way. Because we would never ever listen to it. Radio Moscow was such a... You listen to that and you understand one thing. Radio Moscow was such a relaxed communism station. It's like, no, it's okay. Here's music, here's stuff. Here's Joe Adamov. Think what you really want to think. Radio Tirana is like a punch in the face. Here's communism. and better believe on it. And that's it. God, that was intense. Okay, let me go down a little bit more. But that was something. Yeah, Bert WF7I. Everybody felt that nuclear warfare. Imagine when the day after movie came on. It's like, oh God, okay, we're all gonna die. Two Tribes, Madrid the Xer. You know what? Two Tribes. I remember seeing it. We had a Canadian equivalent to MTV that got on the air, and they played that video. And I still remember, you know, the arena with Reagan and I think it was Chernenko, and the guy biting the other guy's ear off and blood and everything. That video was banned in a lot of places. But that video was so out there of, yeah, that's where we are. That's where we are. Just crazy when you think about it. Remember those? Radio Kiev? Yeah. Radio Berlin International. Yep. As a shortwave kid, I mean, it was interesting. I mean, we would make our, you know, it made us who we are, thinking about things. I'm sure that a lot of us today have a different way of thinking of a lot of other people because we've been through all of that with different broadcasts of different types of, you know, ideologies. That isn't always bad. You know, we got to face it. It's not because you're that or that you're the bad guy. It's a mix of a lot of things that you're a bad guy or not. So, you know, man, Radio Kid. In 1982, I thought there would always be too many shortwave English broadcasts to listen to. Yeah, and today you're like, no, I was wrong. You know, today is it's the other way. It's like when I see Turkey in English and Turkey in English with, what are the other station? Spain in English. I'm like, no, there's time. Why don't you guys just spread it out so we can all listen to your broadcast rather than just compete? Oh, God. SWATCat says, I believed that I would never find a channel on YouTube that still keeps shortwave radio alive. Here I am. Yeah, it is alive. I do not go and abide by the shortwave is dead. No, it's not. And some people are telling me it's like, oh, you're living in the past and you're living in your own world. No, I'm not. Shortwave isn't dead. Maybe it's dead for you because of specific thing, you know? But that's not. Kamikaze, remember when one of the nightly news guys did a mock nuclear attack, but as a kid I thought it was real and it freaked me out. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, come on. If you were a kid in the 70s or 80s or even the 60s, I mean, come on. All the kids that grew up with the duck and cover thing, really? How freaked out can you be? Oh yeah, get under your desk, you're going to be safe. Oh, just cover your neck and just go to the side of the sidewalk and you'll be alive soon. Yeah, what a bloat of lies. And what there's a teacher. I remember seeing a teacher being interviewed in the 80s that talked about it and said, I can't believe we teach that to kids. It's such a big bag of lies. No. If the nuclear bomb falls near, you're dead, and that's it. But, you know, there was this craziness, and you know, I'll say it the way I want to say it. I don't want to be political or anything. The United States was kind of crazy, you saw also. Like a lot of other countries. Yeah, no, you don't survive that. But that was the day. That was the day of, hey, let's go for it. And tell lies and tell whatever shit. You got to tell everybody to say, hey, we're going to be stronger than the other. No, there's no stronger than the other. I'm sorry. And you know what? Don't think it's over. There's still almost as many nuclear weapons in Russia and the United States to kill us all. So even though we don't talk about that today, it's still there. And it's still kind of a Cold War. We're just in a different way of talking about it. It's not like the 80s. James Farley, that Panasonic radio you got with the big silver knob is the only radio I returned because of radio drift. Oh, yeah, the Panasonic RFB 300. Look, you know when I tell everybody don't buy old radios, I understand one thing. There's a lot of, love and you're going back in the past. You're kind of stuck into, I had that radio in the band. I bought it for $110. It's not worth even $20, but you know what? It's nostalgia. It had some value, nostalgic value. So I totally understand somebody buying a radio because, well, I had that when I was young and I want one. Even if it's $400. Yeah, it's okay. If you had the money anyways. But you look at how it is. I look at it today. I looked at that radio back in the 1987-ish when the first time I saw it, 86, 87. I thought it looked cool. But that's the biggest mistake we do, all of us. The radio looks cool, it must be good. Admit that we all fell for that in our lives. Look how cool that radio is, it must be good. We all fell for it. I fell for it more than once. But nope. Doesn't work that way. Doesn't work that way. It's pretty crazy. 54 Cal, remember touring the ICBM silo. That was mind-blowing. There's an old BBC documentary about the Cold War. They bring you into the shelters that Prime Minister, the President of the United States, and all the staff would be there in case of a nuclear attack. You look at all the money spent for all of that, and you're like, wow, pretty crazy when you think about it. Pack Low 44, let's have you here. Oh, man. Just crazy. Bob's old records. I can't get Molson in America. When I lived in Hay River in Northwest Territory, it was my favorite. Yeah, the old days of the woodpecker. Dang, Radio Tyrann, it was serious, absolutely. God. 54 Cal, I think it was near Rapid City Air Force Base. My dad and I missed our tour bus and got a personal tour. They had B-59 and others, and Restoration Anger. It was just before the B-1B bombers came in. Wow. No, he just died of natural causes, Jasmine. Being two communists in Albania, I guess. Okay, Michael, don't go there. I'm going to ban you. I don't want to see any political name of anything. Is that freaking understood? And I'm very serious. Want to be here next week? Better abide by the freaking rules of no politics and no names of anyone. And I'm very serious here. Okay? Jean Arash, this sounds a lot like Raul Castro announced Fidel's death. Yeah, same format. Absolutely. Not going political, but what goes around comes around. Yeah, you know what? I looked at the documentary of every year of the 80s. There's a great channel that has all the news stories and what happened in every years of the 80s. And with Israel and all of that, I look at that from 1981 too, and like, what is that? Am I going back in time? It seems that it's all the same thing happening again over and over. You know. Oh yeah, my WX50. All the countries I think wanted to have their own voice and opinion on world events and what was happening. You know. But you know what, WF7I Homebrew? A lot of hams that I've seen over time, some came from Shortwave, but a lot didn't even know what Shortwave was. A lot became hams from the CB era. But Shortwave radio was like, I don't know. RJ Dakota, I'm barely old enough to remember the Duck in Era cover. We even had the Fallout Shelter triple triangle signs everywhere. Oh, God. Brad Shaver, you know what? No country will never do nuclear. We never know that. You never know what crazy-ass leader can be to a country. Someday. It's very surprising. Patrick Fitzpatrick, we were told that when the Cold War was over and high inflation solved all we could do with the world, you know. Yeah, Dr. Strangelove. You know, there'll be some guy like that. Is the audio breaking up? James Farley. Remember the Munsters episode where Airman was trying to talk with aliens and it was just a bunch of kids? Oh, man. So, everything okay? Is the stream okay? Yeah, I'm still streaming. Seems to be fine. So let's go to one thing that I've seen and I love it is, how about we go to this country, and I want to have everybody, well, those that were in the day, tell me, who is this station?
Dette Norge. This is radio.
Oh, wait, I gotta start it later. It's too late. Here we go. It's okay now? Okay, cool. Could be a YouTube problem too. So who's that? Yeah, Patrick Fitzpatrick. Radio Norway. RJ Dakota. I like that intro signal. It was like so smooth and relaxed. You guys remember they were in English only on Sundays? That I always found weird. Why are you in English only on Sundays?
This is Radio Norway International. Dette Norge. Etter en halvtimes program på engelsk sender vi søndagens gudstjeneste. This is Radio Norway International, broadcasting to the Far East and New Zealand on 15.225 megahertz, to Australia on 17.81, and to Europe on 9.59 megahertz.
Okay, now let's go to something that you guys might know about. And it's this. What is this? I'm going to stop the audio from the ads. Just want to do this. There we go. Okay. And we'll be, okay, ignoring.
75 kilometers away on the Lake of Neuchâtel, at his home there. And if we didn't have this altitude, we're up at what, 2,700, 2,400 meters. That's well over 6,000 feet. We would never be able to have this communication. Calling HB9ACV on the Lake of Neuchâtel. This is HB9ASQ, Aeronautical Mobile, up in the mountains of the Sonnenland. Do you copy, Armin?
Okay, Bob, HB9ASQ, HB9 Alpha Charlie Victor, on a sailboat on the Lake of Neuchâtel. I read you 5 and 6, Bob. Go ahead.
Roger, Armin. Armin, how much power are you using from your transmitter there? Go ahead.
I'm using 1 watt into a vertical ground plane antenna. Vertical ground plane antenna, over.
Oh boy, and Bob, what are we using? About the same?
About the same power, exactly, yeah.
Well, here's a demonstration. We're up at about 6,500 feet.
That was since Switzerland, and what was the show called?
It's not line of sight in the sense that we can see Armin, but we are up so high that this 1 watt of power from a simple handheld walkie-talkie.
Was it 2 bombs?
Between the two of us is sufficient. Armin, what is?
The 2 bombs. It stops too early.
Well, that was a demonstration how far you can get with 1 watt of power.
Wow, somebody's using that as a video. That's amazing. Okay. What DX show is this? And here we go.
For this week.
No, this is not. Well, you guys have the, you know, have, I think, the lead here, but isn't there one that was better than the other? This is... So we're going to go through this song, see when it starts.
This is the Voice of the Andes, HCJB, transmitting from Quito, Ecuador, in South America. We invite you to stay tuned for additional English programming beamed to North America at 11915, 9560, and 6095 kilohertz in 25, 31, and 49 meters. 9:30 p.m. in Quito the time, that's 0230 Greenwich Mean Time.
Party line. Listen in with thousands of other DXers and shortwave listeners to the latest DX tips and information from Radio HCJB. Expand your horizons. Listen to the whole world on Shortwave Radio. I'm your host, Al Hatch, with the information you need for good DXing.
So this is May 29th, 1976. This is when the final show with, a lot of us knew this show with Clayton Howard and Helen Howard. This is their last show from June 19th, 1984.
DX Party Line. This is a program for DXers, by DXers, and about the DXing hobby. We invite you to stay tuned for the next 30 minutes to the DX Party Line. It's Monday, time for another Monday edition of the DX Party Line. I'm Clayton Howard, your host, and my wife Helen will be along a little later in the program. And this is rather a difficult or hard, I don't know quite how to describe it, program for us because, as you may realize, some of you I'm sure have heard that we'll be leaving Keto soon, and this is the last time that we'll be hosting a DX Party Line. It's going to be hard for us. We're going to miss being on the air twice a week for DXers and shortwave listeners, but we do appreciate all the contacts we've made, all the friends, and your contribution and your letters and help. Well, that's enough of that type of beginning for the program. Let's get on with the business that's ahead of us, and we would like to encourage you to write to us. Write to the DX Party Line. Don't write to me anymore. Write to John Beck, who will be...
John Beck, that was another guy. John Beck with... do you have that? I remember that show he would host also, which was Ham Radio Today. Doesn't seem to be there. HJB was a big chunk of a lot of us for listening. For me, it was an exotic station. Ecuador was such an exotic place around the world. It's just like, wow, this was like crazy. And it's funny because I actually have Rich McVicker, which is also a big name in HCJB, as my Facebook friend. And I remember asking him if there was any way to get DX Party Line shows. And he said no, because back in the day, they never thought that this would be important later in the future. So they would record over the tape all the time. So HCJB itself does not have any backup of any of those shows because they never thought it'd be important someday, which was kind of interesting. Okay, let's continue here a little bit. And let's go to here, vintage, and go to, so what was this, guys? If you know what your shortwave is all about, if I can find the correct one. Radio, yeah. External. Here we go. Here's the last broadcast of a station. This was 1990. By the way, today, as we're doing this, it's the, 30, or in 2024, 24 plus 10, 34th anniversary of the Berlin Wall being taken down. Here's, what is this? Yep, Radio Berlin. This is their last broadcast. 34 years ago, the Berlin Wall fell down. As a change. It's a change for shortwave also.
You're tuned to Radio Berlin International, the voice of the German Democratic Republic, with a program of news, current affairs and features for listeners in Europe. We begin with the news.
How crazy it is
points of the news.
for young people today to understand that Germany was divided in two.
York, the GDR has acknowledged the duty of Germans to help preserve peace. The GDR Parliament is meeting in Berlin today for the last time before the unification.
David Redrum says, I was in Germany when the wall fell down. Something I will never forget. I'm sure. It was one of the biggest events.
Of the two German states. Britain has come out against permanent UN Security Council membership for Germany.
Now,
Representatives have called on President George Bush to concentrate on diplomacy in solving the Gulf crisis. And that's the end of the news.
And that was the final news bulletin from the English section of Radio Berlin International. My name is Robin Mitchell, head of the English section, and I'm here to host this final program from the German Democratic Republic for you. At midnight tonight, my country, the German Democratic Republic, will cease to exist. Earlier this year, the two leading Christian Democrats of the two Germanys said, no one will be worse off than before, once Germany is united.
yeah, you're right, Matt. 35.
Well, I would like to point out
1989.
One is that there are already more than 2 million people in this country who are out of a job and far
This
worse
guy is
than
pissed
before.
off.
And the second error is that there is no unification of two Germanys, but rather an annexation of the leftovers of 40 years of so-called socialism by the Big Brother.
This guy is really
And
pissed off.
That is exactly what has happened between Deutsche Welle of Cologne and Radio Berlin International. After much sweet talk about a fusion and merger on an equal footing, what is happening is that Radio Berlin International will disappear tonight, and that Deutsche Welle will have taken over our frequencies and our transmitters tomorrow. Out of the total staff of 250 RBI employees, a mere handful might get a new job with Deutsche Welle. Thus, like for so many in this country, Unification Day spells unemployment for many of my colleagues. The champagne of jubilation has a very bitter taste to it. But let's turn to our final program. First off, Wolfram Bierenstein will present his...
So this guy is not happy about the end of Radio Berlin International. I continue that. Oh, man. I guess there were some people not happy. I'm going to say, you know. Take care, Brad Shaver. Hey, stay for a few seconds. I was about to start ending the broadcast. We're going to go into the Moscow Night song. So, you know. So, yep. So, yeah. That was the bitter taste of Radio Berlin International. So, hey guys, we've been on for 4 hours and 40 minutes. You know what? How about just saying one thing here? 4 hours, 40 minutes. I've been talking, I've been entertaining you, tuning the bands, doing this great stuff. I'm going to end like just, you know, doing my little dance with Moscow Nights. If you like what I do, you know what? Press that chat button. That is going to give me a little bit of money, whatever amount. It doesn't matter, you know. And you also can use PayPal. Okay? It is appreciated. And remember that, you know, all of this comes at a cost of me taking a lot of time. This is my job, and I love to do it. But like any job in the world, if there's no contribution, if there's no paycheck in the end, you can't continue. Love you guys. We're going to end with Moscow Nights. Okay? Love you guys. It's always cool. And hope you enjoy the show. Thanks for the donations, guys. It's always appreciated. Okay, Moscow Nights. Let's go to Moscow Nights. What is that, Moscow Nights? I never heard that. Moscow Nights. Radio Moscow. So, what's this?
Why do millions of Canadians trust their money with
Why
Koho?
do millions of Canadians do this? Yes, absolutely. I'm going to remove this little ad here. And here we go. Here we go. A few seconds. No, that's not the one I want. Okay, it didn't come up first. Usually it comes up first. Radio Moscow, Moscow Nights. It's not the one I want. Is it still online? Come on, don't take it down. Radio Moscow, Moscow Nights. Oh, the good one. Look at that. It's different. Okay. That's okay. Here we go. Okay, guys. I was scared for a moment. And the Tommy Boogie. I like that.